everybody doing today? It is going to take a minute to get back into the swing of things. I've forgotten what buttons I program. Every time I take any time off, I always forget what buttons I've programmed to what. So please forgive that. I'm going to try to the talking screen. Is it this one? It's not that one. This one. There we go. Okay. Goodness. All right. I don't have my buttons have numbers on them, but I don't have no. I should, I have a notepad. I have a pen and pad right just here for longer form games. I should just jot down the numbers that I have programmed into it, but oh well. Let's catch up here. Good, just chilling. My niece and nephew were over, so I'm watching this. Well, very nice. Very, very nice. I think, I don't know for a fact, I think there's a plan to see my family, which would include, so I have, this is a funny thing in my family. I'm the eldest in my family, and it's you would expect there's a little bit of a gap between the age of my niece and nephew and the age of my daughter. But that gap's huge. I have a daughter that is probably close to the age of some of the people that I've spoken with here, and that I talk to here. And my niece and nephew are still just little bitty. They're still just, babies, a year or two, 5, 6, or 5, I think, for one of them. 5 for one of them, and then 2 for the other one. And then my daughter is, again, the age of, not far off of the age of several of the people that I've talked to here. So there's a big gap between that. But of course, I mean, there's some to be expected, again, being the eldest. But at the same time, that's the funny thing about it. And again, I want to be very clear. None of the three of us, I say I'm the eldest, none of the three of us are all that young either, Even the youngest of us is, in his 30s. So, we're not old, right? We're not old or anything like that, but we're not, even the youngest of us has left his 20s for a bit now. So, one of those things, right? It's really cool though that you're getting to watch them. Nieces and nephews are kind of that. What is his granddad talking about? Enjoying things like that, but also understanding the oddity of, one of the things we've talked about ever since the very beginning, my time here, is time, right? And as much as time is a scary thing and it's a horrible concept and so on and so forth, there are also so many interesting things that we look at with time that are kind of interesting and kind of cool and kind of offer us a vicarious insight to something else, So in this case, for me, it's the getting to see my niece and nephew grow up again and go through the stages that I miss that my daughter was, when my daughter was in. And she's not been in for a long time. And I don't know. There's something kind of cool about that cycle, right? Time's a scary thing. I'm not even for a minute laying or being soft on that. But there are some cool aspects in repetition of time. The inevitability that you will get to, experience that another time again, right? Whether it be through your niece, your nephew, your grandchildren, whether you decide to have another kid, I don't know. It's just one of those things. I think it's interesting. I think it's really nice. especially when, when I was growing up and the way that our family worked, blood was kind of blood's kind of the only tie. Blood's very important to us because it's kind of the only tie. There's not a lot of other commonalities or cares when it comes to our family, but we respect blood. We respect that our blood matches, and if our blood matches, then we offer a base level of respect for that reason alone. The amount of time I've wasted over the last couple of years is something I'm trying to deal with. Well, that's the problem. That's the problem, though, and this is one of the problems I have too, is how do we define wasted? When let me put this in. How do we define putting a puzzle piece in the wrong place when we haven't yet even gotten to see what the image we're trying to attain is? Right? I think what's going to happen as people get nearer to older ages, is that they're going to realize that some of the pieces that they didn't think were all that important were probably incredibly important, and some of the pieces that they thought were really important were probably not so important. And so I try not to stress. I don't really stress. I try not to think on what I believe is being wasted or what I believe is has value. Just like I don't know if I know what you're referring to there. Oh, please do let me know if I have any hiccups. I still normally broadcast in 4K, but instead of changing all of my screens, what I've opted to do instead is just leave everything in 4K and then select the low latency, and that automatically downscales me to 1080p. So it automatically tells me I have a poor stream connection, but my statistics here are telling me that they're okay. So if you see anything jumpy or uncomfortable to the eye, please let me know. But yeah, I think one of the things that I like to look at in that is I don't know. I don't know. There are things that I think I wasted time in even now, or even recently, where I'll come to the end of it and go, you know what? If I hadn't done this thing that I thought was stupid and stifling and I hated, I wouldn't have realized, I wouldn't have learned, I wouldn't have become this thing that I actually think is worth being. And it's hard to do in the moment, and it's hard to do even almost immediately after, but then the moment that comes to a head, that comes to fruition, then it's like, well, wait a minute. Did I really waste time, or did I just spend a lot of time learning something about myself that now applies and prevents this again, So, yeah, I can't say whether it's objective or not, obviously, but it is one thing that I've had to look at myself, where I look at something that I think I've wasted, only to a couple of years down the line go, well, wait a minute, that kind of was essential. That was a part of a healing process. That was a part of a growing process. That was a part of a learning process. That was a part of elucidation I didn't realize that I needed. That I absolutely did. So. What you said reminded me of the end of Sum 41's song, the Hell Song. I don't think I said it. Why do you think things that matter the most never end up being what we chose? I'd have to listen to the context of the song, but I was work has been very, very busy recently. Again, coming back off of holidays and a lot of paperwork to get done. There's a lot of things to be done, a lot of audits to be conducted, and so a lot of things. Yesterday and day prior, I've been on Teams meetings, the Skype meetings type things, but they're called Teams meetings, and I was on a Teams meeting all day yesterday with a whole bunch of people, and it was. I felt like everything that I was asking, I was helping to demonstrate a new tool, and I felt like everything that I was asking, everything that I was, there were idiosyncrasies in the logic flow of the tool, and I wanted to ask questions because even the rule sets that were provided were being questioned or were being moved or changed by people on the call, and I'm sitting there going, well, then that leads me to this question. That leads me to this question. And I won't go into the weeds about it, but... And the answers I was getting was just to the point of where it was easier for me to just... It was a waste of time, I thought, for me to just go, you know what, I get it. It's fine. Move on. Even though nothing was accomplished, just move the conversation forward. This is, we've wasted 30 minutes here. And so I have this whole meeting. I get out of that meeting for a minute, take a break, get something to drink, come back. I have another meeting. This one is a meeting with one person, thankfully. And I'm sitting there going, I'm not bad-mouthing anybody. I'm just like, I'm so frustrated. I think I wasted so much time asking questions. The first thing that I did was I went to myself, because I like to go there first. Did I ask the questions in a weird way? Was I being odd about it? Was I being, off-putting? Was there something that I could have done that would have gotten my point across or made the questions more, would have made them better? And, I got some validation. Well, no, you did it right. But I'm so frustrated. This is almost all I can remember about the meeting. And the gentleman I'm speaking with is a very, very wise man. And he kind of makes that mention of, hey, don't you realize that the part that you hated the most taught you this, and this about yourself and about the people and how you interact. And that's the part that stands out the most, and it seems like the worst. But when you think about it, this has given you literally everything that you need to avoid that situation moving forward, period. It's told you where you need to go to solve the problems. It's told you where you don't need to go, how you need to talk, who you don't need to talk with, who you might want to talk with, how to further the conversation with. And when he kind of pointed all this out to me, I was like, oh, wow. Yeah. The part that I hated the most stood out the most to me. But there was, 4.5 hours of other good stuff that happened, and that 30 minutes that stands out to me that I hate, what you extrapolated from it and what I extrapolated from it weren't the same. I was extrapolating, it was a waste of time, it was terrible, I was upset. And what you extrapolated is, check these out. And I was looking at it going, you're exactly right, you're spot on. So the things that stand out to us the most are oftentimes the things that we hate or we feel in the moment were the worst. That we kind of just, the negative interactions over the positive interactions. I know people that will literally just sit there and stress over negative interaction. Oh, did I say the right thing? I'm so sorry if they offend. I don't typically do that anymore, but it's just like, man, Hey, streamer, that's cool and all. What's your favorite Fortnite skin? I don't know. I don't play Fortnite. I downloaded it, I think, once, and I don't think I ever played it. I think it's still on the system somewhere, but it's just it's something that I really learned. A lot of people stress, and again, I have a benefit that other people don't have, in that I'm not as prone to stress. I don't have or suffer from any form of depression. Right? I don't, when I look at me and I say what's wrong with me, it's something that I can change. It's not a chemical thing happening to me. It's not a series of rapidly firing neurons dictating how I feel. It's something that I can change the mindset of. Hey, Fighting Max, how you doing? We were just sitting in here and talking about something kind of borderline existentialist, so I hope it's not too deep. Hope the waters aren't too deep. But so that's my thing, is unless you can show... Glad to see. Well, I appreciate it. It's so difficult to get these in. It's been so ridiculously busy. And this is what I was saying. Like, I never do these things to get... he's talking all serious again. It was a serious conversation. What I was saying is, this is my... Like, a lot of people do the streaming. Oh, I'm going to grow. And that's, again, fine. This is kind of my catharsis, too. I get to come and talk with cool people. And I get to play a video game. And I get to talk into a microphone, and that's a hobby of mine. It's just, I enjoy microphones. So it's just kind of combining little things that I feel good about all together at once. I appreciate that. It's been insane. You go into holiday, and then I take off an extended amount of time for holiday, and then you come out of holiday, and it's just insane. Like, the world didn't stop, even though it felt like it did. And all you're doing is, while it continues to go and run past you, trying to run up to speed so you can catch on to it again. I'm really cool. Well, that's true too. It's been crazy though. So this is really my catharsis. This is what I do to enjoy time. This is the thing I do to enjoy. I enjoy time other ways. Obviously, I spend time with my family. I like to talk and play video games with my daughter, and enjoy time with my wife. All of those kinds of things too. But this is one of those things where it's just kind of the me time. Everybody's away right now, so I'm just kind of here, doing my game thing. I'm gonna rewatch Spirited Away later. Oh, very nice. That's Spirited Away. Is that Miyazaki, I think? Never seen his movies, always wanted to though. Yep, okay. Studio Ghibli or Ghibli, I think they said. They were a big deal. Made by Shigeru Miyamoto. No, I don't think so. Different one. There, yeah. Ghibli or Ghibli. Yeah. It's a different Miyazaki. There was one. Oh, what was it? Studio Ghibli. There's one, and it was. I don't know, just the pretense, but again, obviously, it's a terrifying concept to face in any medium. But I guess there's a little girl, and there's like a hefty witch lady, and she runs through the girl and ages the girl to her old years. She's a little like she's a kid, and she ages her to like 80. And I'm like, oh gosh, anything that shows or represents the passage of time in a blink of an eye. Because what they're doing is they're showing what happens to you without the padding of actual life. Actual life pads age because it does it so gradually and so slowly that you don't really pay a ton of attention. It's not one day you wake up and you're like, oh my God, I'm 600, It's kind of like there's a process in getting there. Yeah, Howl's Moving Castle, that's the one. And that's such Click is another one. It's just that exactly. That's exactly right. M. Night Shyamalan's old, right? I mean, it's just I don't want to watch anything. I don't care if it's a cartoon or not. I don't watch anything that is talking about that rushing of the passage of time. Click was one that, again, it was a thing. Click's biggest message. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's not to say that I haven't done it. It's to say that I'm not going to do it again. But Click's biggest message was that same thing. It was like, don't look at things as I wasted it. Don't be in a hurry. Don't worry about wasting just experience it. Just do it. Don't spend, because if you spend time, let's assume you did waste time. Even if you spend time now thinking about you wasting time then you're wasting time now thinking about how you wasted time then. Then you're just wasting more time, right? And I don't think you've probably actually wasted that time. I think there's actually utility in it, but let's just assume worst case and scenario. If I waste time before and I stress about it and I start doing that now, I'm stressing now instead of being productive. I'm wasting time thinking about how I wasted time. It's a cycle. I'm just going to do something. Instead of worrying about what happened back then that I can't change, I'm just going to do something. I'm just going to get out and do something else. Yeah, I read half of the book and moved on to other books. House moving. Yeah, that's fair. Exodus, the new game from BioWare veterans, is about time. Yeah, I'm curious to see where they go with it. Same thing was applicable in Death Stranding, right? They had Timefall, and Timefall was that rain, right? But basically, it's how we got Fragile, right? We see that whole story about what happens to Fragile, because when Timefall hits you, it's literally time, right? And I'm sure Kojima isn't the most cohesive of writers, but I'm sure he had some deep meaning in there. I don't know what it was, but it was still terrifying to know that. Interstellar too. Interstellar is a little bit more tolerable because it is kind of about time, but it's about an actual scientific principle known as time dilation. So it wasn't about time passing in the blink of an eye. It was about a man who traveled through a process called time dilation without the real, I'm using real words here now, spaghettification happening to that person, and then coming back and finding, because time doesn't pass the same way on every place as it does. Time in a black hole is, presumably, time doesn't pass very much in a black hole, or very quickly in a black hole, almost at a standstill. Time is the measurement of us basically metering two things, right? Three things if you really want to get specific. One is heat, the other is gravity, and that's that impact on cells. And if you really want to get that causes this concept called entropy, where something that's producing patterns as time moves on progressively is less inclined to be as orderly as it was prior. And it's this kind of chaotic mess that kind of will come of that can form a new pattern, but a chaotic pattern. It's kind of like our cellular failure to replicate cells perfectly each time we do it. There's a whole lot of science behind that. Getting that book was the only time I was in a white elephant gift exchange. It was one, but only for books. Oh, well, that's cool. I think that's a cool idea. I like books. I like books a lot. I'm a classic literature fan more than anything. Obviously, I love mythological literature. So, any of the mythologies that you can think of, religious mythologies from past, present, I'm a big fan of those. But then, I'm also a huge fan of. I'm also a pretty big fan of classical literature. I like philosophy a lot. Viddy would actually appreciate that. I sent him a philosophy book via audiobook. I sent it to him. And so he could live. I love philosophy, so it doesn't matter who it is. Descartes, Howe, Nietzsche, Dostoevsky. It doesn't matter. I like philosophy. Kant's a hard read, but Kant. Same with Breath of the Wild. It's all about time. 1 minute you're experiencing the game, the next you fell asleep, and 2 hours have passed. But it is kind of about time, right? Because Breath of the Wild, I don't disagree with you. I'm not the biggest advocate of Breath of the Wild myself either. To me, okay, and I want to say this. I've said this before. Breath of the Wild felt empty to me a lot. A lot of it felt a lot emptier than having an open world. Doesn't mean having a well-populated world. Having a large open world. Witcher, I think, does a really good job of having a large world that you can do a lot of stuff. The Far Cry games do a pretty good job of that. I didn't feel very much like Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom did as good of a job. Personally, I felt like there was a lot of emptiness. And yeah, that may be more realistic and more true to form, but it's not a bad game. It's not a bad. I don't think it's a bad. It wasn't my cup of tea either, though. I do agree with that. But it was about time. I do remember seeing Impa, which was such a jarring thing for me because she was this little 130-year-old lady now, and remembering her in the 64 version being the strong young Gerudo woman that she was, and then now seeing her just like me. So it was kind of a jarring moment. And then of course you think about the real life time that's passed, and at that time it's 2017, 2018, right? And this is gonna throw a time in. 2017, 2018, the original Impa was shown off in 97. So 20 years had passed in real life. And now we look back at it, we just saw the Switch 2 come out, or the Switch 2 hasn't come out. It's supposed to come out April 2nd, I think. And that is 8 years after the original Switch came out and Breath of the Wild. So we're almost a decade away from even that. And that was 20 years from the N64 version. How crazy is that? Well, I think because of the lower age demographic for Breath of the Wild, it makes the open world have less things than those other games, because it would be too much for kids to try and figure out. Probably so. That's probably. They're showing a direct on April 2nd, not a release date. Oh, that's interesting. See, I figured they would go ahead and release it. That falls almost, that's not quite squarely, but that falls pretty darn narrowly on 8 years. Because they released in April of 2017. I remember I was in my office. I was working a different job, but I was in my office on the first, whenever the news hit. And we literally had people working half days that day just because they were going to go pick up their reserved Nintendo Switches, which is interesting. It could be the lower age demographic, but the thing that I kind of wonder is Zelda supposed to be for a lower age demographic? Because you have to think about it. Zelda's been around since 1986. So is Nintendo trying to appeal strictly to new generations on the console, or are they trying to hybridize the experience for, classic fans who, started playing it back in the 80s and 90s, like myself? Because that's a big question for me. You're probably spot on. I'm just curious as to, if so, why they aren't trying to appeal to people that have been fans of it for decades. But you're probably spot on. I can't think of a better reason for sure. They might announce a release date then, though. I'm going to guess it's going to be June, July. It could be. Yeah, April 2nd is just another event about it, not launch. Okay, all right. I actually think Breath of the Wild is good. It's just not even remotely close to being the masterpiece. I think it's okay. I'm not. It's not an average game. I'll say that. I mean, it's definitely an above average game, but but a 7 for me. I don't usually like to give numeric scores, but for frame of reference too, it's a 7 for me. It's a good game. It's 5 to me is an average, right? 6 is above average. 7's pretty good. It's about a 7 for me. But personally, that's just me. Again, there are people that absolutely adore it, and all the power to you. And I have it, and I still play it on occasion, but Tears of the Kingdom, I think, was better, quality of life-wise. It still has a lot of the same hiccups. I think they might be trying to lower the demographic gradually over the new games. Okay, that maybe so. I mean, they certainly didn't pull any punches with those last levels on Super Mario Wonder. And again, that game, a year old too, but they certainly weren't pulling any punch. That game starts out super easy. I mean, I'm talking about candy floss sweet, and then you start going into the special world, and then you start going into, and they didn't pull any punches with some of those special worlds. And I mean, I'm sitting there, somebody who's played these games for decades again, and I was like, when they do the gauntlet, and the actual gauntlet, there's a secret one, right? So once you get all the stuff to get there, the badge challenge, I think is what it's called, badge relay or whatever, they aren't pulling any punches. That game is, I think that game was super well done, by the way, though. And again, I'm a huge platformer fan, so. There are more rumors from a reliable source that the Switch 2's launch lineup is Metroid Prime 4, Breath of the Wild updated, Mario Kart 9, Tekken 8, and a few others. I had seen some stuff that was showing or showcasing Mario Kart 9. I'm not sure from what data they had extrapolated that. Metroid Prime 4, I know somebody who's going to be completely stoked about that. For me, I mean, I like the Switch 2. I want to get a Switch 2. I'm not going to lie. It's got a lot of quality of life improvements that I think are just needed to happen with the Switch 1. It looked like they tried to address that the sticks were done differently, very subtly, and I want to see more information on that because stick drift was such a huge problem for these 8 years. They don't slide on anymore, right? They have the magnetic snap with the little port, the little USB-C style port. The screen's bigger. That's not really a big deal. Luckily, I have good eyesight, but I can understand where that was neat. It's got a sleeker look to it, very Steam Deck-ish, which I think is cool. And then it's got a much better kickstand, which I'm very appreciative of, and it's fully backwards compatible. So there's no reason for me not to go ahead and upgrade and sell my old systems and get the new one in this case. The price looks like it's probably going to be pretty attractive. $400, I think, which is pretty good for a new console launch, considering the prices that people were paying originally for PS5s and such. Considering the PS5 Pro's price, especially, it's like $800 and it barely does anything. You still have to buy a disk drive. And so I'm thinking I'm probably going to go ahead and jump on that bandwagon, and I'm sure they'll probably upscale some stuff, which that's not a big deal. What I'm excited for is the prospect of Mario Kart 9 is going to be a big one for me. Metroid Prime 4 would be pretty cool, I think. Metroid Prime wasn't my favorite of the Metroid series, but you know, I like the 2D ones better. And I would love to see. I'd love to see a Legend of Zelda Maker in the spirit of Mario Maker. I've already said that before, but I'd love to see it again. And I would love to see. I hope that all of the. I don't know that it will be, but I would hope that all of the Switch, like NES, SNES controllers, I would hope that those are all backwards compatible. You can't slide them on, obviously, to charge, but I would hope that you could still pair them wirelessly after you've charged them. So. I think it's being talked about because the guy got the Switch announcement date correct. Oh, well, maybe so. It just popped up on my feed, and again, I don't usually look at a lot of gaming news, but when I see something like the Switch 2, which is a console the Switch 1, it's a console I really like, come out, I'm excited about that. Compared to the older Mario games, those last few levels were easier. They were pretty tough, but there were no lost levels. There were no lost levels, but you have to think about this again. Japan, Lost Levels wasn't an American release until way late in the process, right? We got the original Mario, which is a walk in the park, and then the original Super Mario Brothers, I should say, which was a walk in the park. You've got maybe 3 really difficult levels in that whole game. Then you had Doki Doki Panic, and then we got the reskin Doki Doki Panic, which became Super Mario Bros. 2 USA, and then they got lost levels because Japan didn't think that Americans could play games at the same level, and at the time they couldn't. Nowadays, I think we're more competitive. Matter of fact, in those days, I think the only game that we got that I can think of that had higher difficulty than Japan was Castlevania 3. We got the harder version. Mega Man, they got hard mode on theirs. We didn't. We got, what you just basically they got. I think they got a. I have to think about it. They got a harder mode of some sort. I can't remember. They may not. Maybe they didn't get an option for normal mode. That's what it was. And so when they started, it was just what we got is hard, but we got a normal mode. I think the only game that we got that was more difficult here than it was there was Castlevania 3. I think our version was actually more difficult. Was the only one. So it's like, and then I'm trying to think of what like Mario games that America got that were supposed to be American that were hard. Like Super Mario World 3 has maybe 5 hard levels in it. Super Mario World is a cakewalk. All 96 exits of that are a cake. Oh, no. It's got one hard level. Tubular is the hard level on that one. But most of the rest of this, I mean, my daughter and I just passed that again, 96 exits, a couple of weeks ago. So I'm just trying to think about. I was trying to think about what ones were hard. But definitely the Lost Levels. I think you're right there. Lost Levels is ridiculous. I completely agree with that. You can tell from the visuals of both Mario and Zelda that they're trying to be more colorful and cartoonish to appeal to the younger generation. Well, and I had wondered if that was strictly for a younger generation appeal, or I had wondered if it was to be in stark contrast of the games that are kind of coming out. So, part of me thinks that could be the case. In the Lost Levels was designed for kids. It was designed for kids, but when they went to, they would have competitions. That specifically in Japan, and so very much it was considered to be a difficult title. It's exactly the reason we didn't get it originally. Like Japan didn't look at it and go, "Well, this is a kid throwaway title." They knew it was difficult. It was made as a game for kids, but they knew it was a difficult title, and they were like, Americans aren't going to be able to handle this. So they didn't even give it to us. So they knew it was at least difficult. It wasn't one of those things where it's like, you can't pass what our kids can pass. But that's definitely true to some extent. It's just, I think there may have, the thing about the colorful that I'm wondering about too is a lot of the games nowadays on Xbox and on PC and on PS5 are leaning into the realism. And because they're leaning into realism, they're kind of matting and muting the colors down a little bit. I think they're kind of matting and muting the colors down a little bit to kind of make it this more dreary, more, you know. And I'm wondering if I had wondered if Nintendo was leaning more into being bright and colorful and cartoony because it's in stark contrast. I mean, think of the games you're getting for any other console. It's stark contrast. I think the Switch 2 is the first time they've ever numbered a console too. Yeah, usually they call it Super or something else. So 3DS. I guess the 3DS though could, that's a good point, Fighting Max. The 3DS could technically, was the 3DS the third DS though? Yeah, well, I know the 2DS was just a 3DS that played in 2D, but I'm wondering, no, it wasn't, because there was the DS, the DS Lite, and the DS XL. There's the DS, DS Lite, DSi, DS XL, DSi XL before the 3DS came out. I was going to say, if it was the third DS, then that actually would be really, really clever, but technically it was a fifth one. Yeah, they're always marketed to, yeah, which I think it would be cool. You know what I think would have kind of been cool? Just for sake of nostalgia, is if they would have called this one the Super Nintendo Switch, just kind of like before we got the Nintendo Entertainment System in 85, 86, and then in 90 we got Super Nintendo. You got the Famicom, we got the Super, you get the Super Famicom. I think it would kind of have been fun to lean back into that and get the Super Nintendo Switch, you know? I think that would be cool. It was more in terms of a three-dimensional and two-dimensional, but it could kind of... Well, yeah, it was. I was trying to think of if they... Because I knew what Ash was saying in terms of being the first, the second, the third. I was wanting to see if I could try it, because I was wondering if that did fit in there. I mean, it definitely has a number in it, so it counts in regards to being a number, but yeah. It's almost like Switch 2 is just a Pro model. It kind of is. But I would have loved to have... The Pro model... The thing about the Pro model is... Maybe it's going to be able to play a lot of the games that the current consoles are playing. And bear in mind, right, that the current consoles are only going to last another 2 years, right? We already know the PS6 is coming in 2027. We already know that the life cycle's 7 years, right? For every other console but Nintendo. 7 years like clockwork. Just, you know. What I'm hoping that they're bringing to the Switch is more stability in terms of the hardware, specifically with the Joy-Cons. Better performance in terms of load times for some games. I don't care about load screens really, but there are a couple of games that they take a long time. Better performance in terms of battery life, and it looks like they've addressed some quality of life improvements for portability. So having a better kickstand, for example. It would be nice, but not necessary for me, if it does have full 1080p in the handheld version, full 4K on the television. That's cool. I don't really care all that much. It doesn't matter. But if they add that in there for $400, that's a phenomenal deal. And then that allows them to kind of have a little bit more in terms of the cross-platform. But I'm not going to lie to you and tell you that in cross-platform, I kind of know what console I'm going. Like Octopath Traveler's cross-platform. You can play it for free on. You can play it for free on. Game Pass. I'm not going to play it on Game Pass. I bought those for Switch. The biggest issue with the fascination of tech scale and realism in the games is getting too expensive and taking way too long to make. Well, and that's why I'm hoping that they're not going in that direction. I hope that what they've been doing for these past several years is working on making this the like they took 8 years of R&D basically, right? From what the Switch didn't do right and didn't do well, and they said, you know what, we also have the ability, now that technology has progressed so much, we also have the ability to make these, which people didn't really complain about. That's what I'm hoping happens. But I love Nintendo. I really like Nintendo. Nintendo's litigious as all heck, and I'm not a big fan of that. But beyond that, they make good games. They make fun. I mean, I've been a fan of Nintendo for 30 plus. How long has it been around? I mean, it's longer than that actually. So good Lord, Technically, the Switch Lite was the second Switch. Oh, yeah, that's true. And the Switch Lite's fine. I definitely understand that it played towards a demographic, but it was one of those things where it was like, if you have a Switch, you have a Switch Lite. It's just, you don't have to take it apart. It's slightly smaller. Not a Nintendo issue, but for everyone else it is, yeah. The rumors are it'll be very close to a PS4 Pro in terms of power. That's pretty impressive. That's last generation's console, and I'm fine with that. I am perfectly okay with that. I have had a blast. This Nintendo Switch has been around for a long time, and I have been a huge fan of it for regardless. I don't follow leaks, but they seem very accurate with Switch 2. I hadn't seen any leaks. That when I saw the trailer, it was good. Looks way better. It looks more like it looks very much like a Steam Deck to me, which I think is really cool. Another rumor is they'll be showcasing Breath of the Wild side by side at the April event to show the difference and upgrade. Well, it'll be interesting. Funny how the Switch 2 is a meme and then it actually was announced and actually called the Switch 2. It is interesting. That's the thing. Art imitates reality. Maybe it is that we made it a reality and therefore their art decided that that was the direction it would go. Oh, I say direction it would go, and then immediately after, Nintendo won't go in that direction. Nintendo won't go in that direction. They will have third-party support at the beginning, and then it will die down, and everyone will buy a Nintendo for the same, for why they always do exclusive, which is fine. But Microsoft is talking about, and has been for several years, talking about jumping out of the game. So that's where I'm talking about Nintendo being able to support some of those, because Microsoft's talking about giving their console exclusives away to other console developers, including Sony. A Halo on PlayStation, I think. Oh, hey, Thumb, how you doing? I personally don't care about the leaks of YouTube videos of the next system, etc. I just care that the system is coming out and the price. And when it's released, it's released. That's fair. That's very fair. Hi there. Probably not going to buy a Switch 2. Yeah, I will tell you right off of the bat, I probably will get two. I'll get one for the adults and one that my daughter can have that, if my wife decides she doesn't want to play it, there's no fighting over it. We usually do that, and then we'll buy two copies of the games, and then they can play, Animal Crossing or whatever with each other. I hate leaks. I'm pointing them out because the guy leaking things is apparently crazy accurate. Yeah, I didn't know about that, but that makes sense. I wish more people could be patient about news and such. Attention spans, man. What do they call them now? TikTok attention spans, right? I don't like TikTok. I don't use TikTok. I used to use TikTok to make little shorts that were appropriate. I did the card thing, right? And that takes about a minute. But I don't watch TikTok at all. That's the appropriate form factor, in my opinion, for TikTok, is when you're doing a little piece of art that only takes a minute. And then that piece of art, you're not cutting it down to make it fit in a minute. You're, I did do one that I got a little artsy with, but either way, the effect was done uncut there. And I was like, but here in the United States, TikTok they're supposedly banning it on the 19th, I think, which is tomorrow? I don't care. It doesn't bother me. I remember hearing system news in magazines like GamePro, etc. Oh, heck yes, absolutely. Game Informer, GamePro, and they used to have the little demo discs that was such a cool thing. Or you get the little, I don't know. I remember it was fun. I do find it funny how so many YouTubers made reaction videos about the Switch 2 trailer like they hadn't covered the leaks for 2 weeks. Yeah, I hadn't seen any of the leaks when it came out. I was like, I like the name of Switch 2. It's a nice continuation of the system. It is. I thought it would be fun. I was saying this earlier. I don't know if you were here, but I was saying I thought it would be fun if they would have called it the Super Nintendo Switch, just kind of how they do Nintendo Super Nintendo. I thought it would be kind of cool. Maybe they'll make a gray and purple or a gray and Famicom color version one. That'd be cool. But excitement has vanished. Yeah. Switch 2 seems like a bit of a lazy choice to me. Could be. But I mean, at the same time, it can't be any lazier than PS5, right? They literally just took the number and kept adding one. Can't stand phony reaction vids. Just, oh yeah, it's bottom of the barrel. Yeah. where was I? Oh, yeah, the excitement just isn't the same. I remember when E3 used to be such an exciting event. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was a cool thing. Well, I used to, again, I worked in the gaming industry a long time ago. I used to get to go to those things in person. It was awesome. It was such a fun experience, and people were excited about it, and I was excited. And there was, it wasn't completely transparent. There was still some mystery even left to those of us that were going there. I really miss magazines. Me too. TikTok isn't going anywhere. If the next president is going to do what I think he's going to do, I'm not going to go any further than that. I'm just waiting. Minos Primo, sorry. One moment. Maybe he will. Maybe he won't. Maybe it does. Maybe it doesn't. I think, me personally, I don't like TikTok. But I don't think it's solely the reason that people have poorer attention spans. I think people have poorer attention spans because of the way that they have decided to consume content and hobbies. There's no interest on the artisanal anymore. There's no interest in painting a picture. There's no interest in reading a book. It's always getting the cliff notes. It's always listening to the short, right? Long form content is beneficial when you have people that are listening in the background, but not people that are actively doing anything with it. But welcome on, Minos Prime, or Minus Prime. I think Silk Song will be cool. I think that'll be fun. Let's see. How many Switches do you think Trump? I don't think he probably has any. He might. I don't know. Super Switch 2 would, but yeah. See, I think that would have been cool. Nintendo didn't listen to my live stream chat some time ago. Oh, hey, Viddy. Everybody's jumping in. Hey, Viddy. Live stream chat sometimes ago and choose one of my more fancy names. Why didn't they choose Would You Like Some Toast rather than Switch 2? I don't... Oh, hi. Yeah, I think Super Switch or Super Switch 2 would have been the one I would have liked, and I would have loved an eye wink back to the Super Nintendo in terms of color design. They've done it before, but it's just, this seemed like it would be the funnest opportunity to. What do I know? Apparently it's okay. Super Switch 2 seems too corporate. It might. I mean, I don't. It could seem too corporate, but at the same time, I don't necessarily know when that's ever scared Nintendo away from. Again, Nintendo is a particularly litigious group of people, so corporation is certainly at the fundamental of their business practices. I love the IPs of Nintendo. They make great games. They do. They make such good games. They do. TikTok has trickled over here. Oop, what happened? TikTok has trickled over to here, and Instagram too. That short video content is everywhere. Yeah, I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of it. I'm not a diehard Nintendo fan, like I worship them or anything. No, but they're definitely fun. I mean, this is a testament to, 30, 40 years later, we're still playing NES games, even if they're re-released, or some of us are playing on the original hardware still, You're not wrong. Poor attention spans and apparently fierce debates about how so much as language, debates about so much as language, as I mentioned on Discord. Yeah, and I gave a response to that, what my understanding of that was. So I hope it was concise enough. You were talking about, can I, if you don't mind, I'll make mention of that. We were talking about, I guess there was someone who was very adamant that the absence or abundance of a U in the word color would warrant whether or not the person was speaking actual English. And I don't mean England English, U.S. English. I mean just that was kind of their. You're not speaking real English and it's quiet. You can't even hear it. But the original word for color in Old English, which both England English, UK English, and American English evolved from, was bleo. So it didn't have a U in it. It didn't have a C in it. So how can you tell me what is and isn't English when the original word for color was bleo? Or blau. I don't know. It was said a little bit more. But anyway. So it doesn't really matter. We understand. Not sure what the cake deal is, but fingers crossed the Silk Song news is getting complex. That thing has been pressed and pushed and moved all of the time. I guess Switch 2 is kind of the best option that they had. I mean, they could have called it the Click, right? They could have called, because they've got the little snap, or the snap. They could have called it any other onomatopoeia. Instead of having the Switch, now they've got the Click, the Click, the Snap, I don't know, the Snicked, if you want to use a Marvel onomatopoeia. I think Nintendo could do a lot better with IPs. They could. They definitely could. They definitely do. They tend to be. They continue to be a perfect example of how IP matters. Yeah. And they could do a lot better with They could do a lot better with online play, and maybe that's part of what. Maybe they'll do a part of that. It would be really cool if you've got a handheld console. It would be really cool to have not only the headphone jack on there, but also to have the, maybe a microphone and speaker on the console. That would kind of be neat. And it wouldn't be hard, and it wouldn't be much more expensive to do. But no other console does that, but also no other console is trying to be all in one, right? Every other console is saying, well, you got to buy other pieces for it, so... Also, I'm excited for Silksong 2. I'd like to play it when it comes out. Absolutely. Trump is probably more of a Dreamcast guy. I doubt he's probably ever messed with a console in his life. I have no idea. Vidi eats more toast than I make patch. I want to have my cake and play it too, Vidi. The plot of Silksong will involve cake. Okay, not really, but it's been so long since the news has appeared. And not to mention YouTube Shorts. YouTube Shorts are... That was the conversation that I was having with my wife. Who she enjoys TikTok. And no shame to people who enjoy TikTok. But you have to realize if you look back and you say, I wish I had a better attention span... That's probably one of the tools that is preventing that. Now, if you don't have that problem, if you're like, I watch TikTok and I have a great attention span, no problem. But if you look at it and go, I wish I had a greater attention span, I wish I could do more than I end up doing because of this or that or the other, it's that's probably factoring in. TikTok started off, and now they're doing, she was like, well, they're doing 10-minute videos and stuff now. But TikTok started out as a shorts platform, 30 seconds or a minute, I think it was, or whatever. And YouTube started out as a long-form content. Most things were, the sweet spot was 10 minutes for a long time. Sweet spot was 10 to 15 minutes. And they started incorporating short stuff. So the people that are already established on TikTok are there for the short-form content, and the people that are on YouTube are likely there for the long-form content. And... just because the opposite content now exists doesn't mean the majority of that demographic is going to go over and enjoy the shorts more on the long form or vice versa. That's kind of my thing. I enjoy YouTube, but I like lectures and dissertations. I like conversations. If it's going to be a short, if I'm going to watch a short, it has to be something that actually organically fits within a short, which is, maybe a quick look at a brand. I'm a big fan of watches, right? So if a new watch has come out and you've just got a guy quietly showing you what the watch looks like front to back, that makes sense. That's organic. But beyond that, I don't really care about the short content. Our goal of companies is to make profit. Nothing wrong with that at all. But to make a good profit, Nintendo, etc., has to make some good games, and they need to be fun. That's true. I tried YouTube Shorts, and those got quite the views. I tried to do a couple of them, which I called squishy bits, and then I was like, they're fun, but at the same time, I was just like, I like them because they take forever to make and to try to consolidate them down. But then at the same time, I'm like, do people really care? I think it's more fun to see where this all came from. I think game developers love to work on the new Zelda. Probably. I hate YouTube Shorts. Yeah. It would be cool to see some more IP from them, because if Sony or Xbox lived off of 4 IP for 30 years, they would be crucified. That's true. But they also don't do nearly as good of a job at keeping those IP alive. I mean, they always make their IPs in 3s or 4s, right? Halo Infinite was a flop. 5 was not very good. And then if you go to Sony's, you've got Resistance, which was great, but 3 of those, right? Infamous, they tried to make that more than a trilogy, and that was middling at best, so it was like one of those things. Your response was good, Retro. Oh, thank you. I like the idea of YouTube Shorts as a way to supplement longer content. I can understand it. But again, I don't have any... There's nothing... Like, I'm making a statement of personal preference. I'm not making a statement that states that if you are someone who enjoys or consumes these things, you're a problem. I'm simply saying this is my opinion. I think that's, if you are looking at that and saying, I wish I had a greater attention span, and you are a frequenter of TikTok or YouTube Shorts, then you might consider that that's a part of that problem. That's all. Like if I did a 60-minute run of the game, I could post 1 minute cool moments. And that's definitely a good way to use it, right? If you're just like, especially, or if you do something that's slogging, for example, I was talking about lectures. Let's talk about a philosophical lecture. If I could take the entirety of a 3-hour lecture and in 1 minute and 30 seconds get the quote unquote meat and potatoes, then of course that makes more sense. That's a better way to digest that. But the problem with it is you really have to assume that the rest of the major content is, there's a lot of lull in it. Because, like, I got to be honest with you, on your stuff, you do a lot of cool stuff throughout the whole thing. It would be difficult, I think, of a 60-minute run to fit all of the cool moments into a 1 minute short, because there's probably at least another 2 minutes at very minimum of top tier stuff you did that would have been cool to put up as additional, so you have to put them up as all those different shorts. I spell it like color. Again, there's nothing. I have no problem with the way you spell it. It's just I don't think that the way that somebody spells something dictates whether it is true or not true English, and that's just silly. English is a very, very complicated language. We take so many languages and mash them together. So I like the language. I think it's a pretty language. I think it can be when used appropriately, and when certain words that I think have fallen into disuse are revived, but I don't really think that I have the right to judge, I have the right to judge. I don't have the right to call what is objectively that. I have the right to judge what I do and don't like about it, but that's about it. The Nintendo Click could have been called how do you say that? Switch? I don't even know how you would say that. Oh, it's with the 2 in it. I see. That's with Roman numeral 2. Okay, I see. That would actually have been incredibly cool. Or the Wii 2. I still think the Wii U is one of the most underrated consoles of all time. I'm dead serious about that, by the way. I think the Wii U is one of the most underrated consoles. I love the Wii U. To this very day, I love the Wii U. It is 12 years old. And I love it. I think it's cool that this... Well, I don't know why this chat is doing this, but yeah. I think it's cool that Switch 2 is backwards compatible for the most part. I think it's completely backwards compatible. Maybe it's not. Featuring commercials with Adam Sandler. No, well, let's leave that one on the table. Will the Switch 2 have a water gun to save locals stuck in fireplaces? Maybe. But it would be confusing to tell the difference between the two orally. Yeah, that's true. Do you say switch or switch? Switch? I'm sorry, that sounds like... I'm going to stop because that sounds like I'm about to say something really awful, so no, I'm not going to try that again. It's a 2, but when you look at it there, it could phonetically also be... That last bit could be watch, right? W-O-T-C-H. I remember PS5 controllers had an oddly good mic. That if could get one on the Switch 2, just hope the Joy-Con drift isn't prevalent. That's one of the things. I think they were trying to highlight that they reworked the way the sticks are doing, or operating, so it's not just... Kind of like Nintendo 64 had that string, right? It was constantly just going all floppy, the Joy-Con, because the stick would lose tension. And so you can actually have them redone with a really nice mechanism, and it'll last you forever, or at least a very long time. But it's not the first time they've had that stick problem before. Again, 1996 was a rough year for controllers. They should have called it the GameCube 2. That's the Nintendo Euclidean, the game Euclidean. There we go. And with a handle, that would have been cool. They don't need it, but it would have been fun to just kind of give an eye wink to. But there's no way it could maybe be made practical. I guess it could. I guess it could be a collapsible one, right? I thought TikTok started out was inspired by Musical.ly, short music video or sync-themed I have no idea. I don't know what Musical.ly is, apart from what you just told me there. So maybe you're right. I don't know. I'm not a big... Again, this is unpopular. I still like to read books from beginning to end. I love to listen to audiobooks. I like to sit down and read physical books. I have a Kindle for times where I'm traveling so that I have a remote library. And it's so unpopular to do that because you can get cliff notes of it. Somebody else has already read the book, so they can strip it down and make it a 3-page review instead of and I'm like, but what's the point? Like, there's no love in that. There's no story. It's no experience. It's just, oh, well, now I know what is in the bindings and the pages of this particular book. So that short stuff is just not my... And again, same thing with you said Musical.ly, short music. If I'm going to listen to a song, I'm going to listen to the whole blasted song. I'm not going to just listen to snippets. So it's just like, I don't understand it. All I can think about is when I think of TikTok as a stupid, life-threatening challenges trend that got people actually killed and committing crimes for views and engagement. Yeah, there was. I worked at a school, so during COVID, I had to jump around a little bit because jobs were difficult. The company I had worked for several years sold to another company, and we were all laid off. And so I got a job for a time at a school. I had gotten all my stuff done anyway, so I was just like, why not? I was working at what was called School of Innovation. And got a job there doing some random stuff at first, and then got moved into a permanent position, and then ended up teaching, helping them teach their math classes, their algebra classes, in some instances, and so, or for some time rather, and this was during the time where I guess it was a TikTok challenge to just go and like take things from a bathroom. And so you would like take a soap dispenser or take the door off of the hinges of the stall, or and I'm like, what? This is dumb. It's like two-way radio for vagrants. It's a short, hey, did you take the door off? Over. And then now you have that's kind of that thing. Most of the videos I watch on here from guys who make 2-hour videos on it. Yeah. And that's fair. That's nothing. Someone made a 5-hour video. Yeah. I love longer the better. Go watch. I finished video games 7-hour Castlevania video. I did. I was about to actually mention that one. The Castlevania retrospective is it's so good. It's so cool. I'm a huge, but anybody who doesn't already know this, I'm a huge Castlevania fan. Also, I love Castlevania. I've loved Castlevania since the very beginning. I still love Castlevania. Nocturne, actually, the Netflix series just came out with, I think 2 days ago. They came out with season 2 of Nocturne, and I'm interested to see. I don't think Nocturne's as good as the original, but it's been pretty decent. I've watched, I think, maybe 2 episodes. So Squitchy Bit sounds like what happens. The little character that I have, the logo, those are his name is Squitchy. They're called Squitchy, right? My daughter named him when she was younger, right? She wasn't little because obviously she was. Again, I started doing this stuff for this channel in 2016, so that's almost 10 years ago. So she named this was back then. She said, well, we're going to name him Squitchy. She was younger. 7 hours on Castlevania. That alone sounds cool, but does it say Alucard is Dracula spelled backwards? It does make a reference to that, yes. I've been watching 5 through 7 hour videos on mid-2000s Nickelodeon sitcoms. That's pretty cool. Well, it can be. I think I had heard news that some of the people that were involved in those sitcoms got in trouble for really awful things, but hopefully you're reading the cool stuff. I very rarely watch 2000s Nick sitcoms, and that's crazy. That's crazy. That's cool. Why are you hating on Resistance? Hold me back. No, I love Resistance. I hate the fact that they didn't make more of them. If you like TikTok, die. No, I don't think that at all. I don't like TikTok. I'm okay if TikTok dies, but I don't want people that like TikTok to die now. The person who makes it is called Quentin Reviews, and he actually has a very unique format with his reviews. Okay, that's worth looking at then. Retro with philosophical lectures. Yeah, not in charge of the short course I'm doing in February. Oh, I would love. My wife actually asked me that. She goes, "Do you want to go back into academia? And if you do want to go into academia, what do you want to do?" And I told her, I said, I would love, if it made any money whatsoever, and therefore any sense, to go and teach philosophy. I would love to do that. Or not teach. You can't really teach philosophy, can you? You can teach the principles upon which a philosophy may be created, may be developed, may be understood, or at least the interpretation that someone else had of it. So I couldn't teach philosophy so much as I could help navigate the linguistics of the language of philosophy. And I think that would be super fun. You enrolled. Okay, fantastic. Yeah, you told me about that, which I said was fantastic. I'm super excited to hear what you think of it. I really would love to know what your thoughts are on it. But I love philosophy. I've been a huge fan of philosophy for a very long time, and have my library has tons of books on just philosophy. Wii U was awesome. Yes, I agree. It's a fantastic... I still love it. I agree about the English language. Regardless of the spelling, there are flaws or strange aspects to it, but yeah, some guy just refused the existence of American English. It's kind of the... It's kind of the adolescent kind of poking fun. I'd listened or heard something, I guess, from a comedian at one point where it was like, an American looks at me and says, "You're just sore because we won the war," and the British man looks at him and goes, "We've leoparded off several colonies. Why do you think yours is special?" So it's that adolescent back and forth that nobody cares about. English is fine so long as what you do is understood. I'm not a fan of emojis or emoticons, right? For me, those are hieroglyphics. I don't understand the full connotation. That having been said, if somebody wants to use that and they are effectively able to use that with other people to convey a point, then whether I like it or not doesn't matter. That's a language. It's just a language I don't have to participate in. That's it. It's fine. Think about it. Yeah, that's true. Best not to think about it. American English, disgusting. It's just the difference in spelling. Armor, favor, color, no U's. We don't have a U in that. Most of our words, I'm pretty darn sure, are the same, and some of our words are local, right? Colloquial. That's just what happens. What do you mean you, as in you people? I don't have the... I hope they don't have an online chat for Switch games. I don't want them to have... well, that's the thing. They already have it for when you're playing online, but it's mostly... It's like when you're doing... well, so let's give you an example for this, right? We have my daughter, and then we have one of my nieces, okay? And they are a week different. They're a week's difference in age, right? So they've got this, their experiences and their are kind of very well aligned. And so, if they decide they want to go online and play in a group chat on a Minecraft with them, then I want them to be able to do that and not have to call each other over the phone to try and coordinate their whatever effort. I'm making up Minecraft. It could be anything, right? That's what I'm saying. That would be... It's party chat, I think is what it's called. Nintendo don't need the online functionality they don't need the same level, but if they're going to have it, they need to make sure that you can communicate, right? They sold over 100 million consoles with online that could have been developed by Caveman. They did, yeah, that's true. That's definitely... I mean, I think online... I think Microsoft has that one down the best right now. Sony's got it down a little bit. I mean, they definitely have they're a strong contender, but I think Microsoft is... I mean, that was back in the 5th generation consoles too, right? Original Xbox. PS2 Online could not compete with the original Xbox Live. I remember it was night and day. I used to get into arguments about a buddy of mine. He had the PS2 and I had the Xbox, and it was just, again, it was night and day. He would argue with me, but it wasn't close. The Super Wii Switch Cube U Entertainment System 64 and a third, is according to Ash's ad. TikTok showed up when Musical.ly shut down. Oh, yes, I don't know about Musical.ly either, so... hang on. /2. I'm not sure what that means, Minos Prime. The Switch Cube. The Switch Cube, get Miyamoto over here and it's a done deal. Make it a foldable console that can turn into a cube. That would be kind of cool. They actually came out with a tri-folding, which again, this is interesting to me and cool in that regard. I don't want one. But there are folding screen phones, right? They came out with, I guess, late last year or early this year, they came out with a trifold screen. So it actually, it's like a tablet when you unfold the blasted thing. That it's like a good sized tablet. They could technically do that, but I think those folds are eventually just going to cause, that's planned obsolescence to a T. The Switch 2's design better be changed to that of a cube, or I'm not buying. When I hear of TikTok, I think of Tic Tacs, and then I want Tic Tacs. We'll get some Tic Tacs if you want them. The origami console. Oh, but you got to think about that. That would have been such a cool. Wouldn't that be such a cool name for a Nintendo console? The Nintendo Origami. Though I submitted a drawing to be one of the first in my state to actually try out a Switch 2 before it releases. I doubt I'll get it though. Maybe. I hope you do. I hope you do get it, because that's super cool. If you do, they're probably gonna have you sign like an NDA or whatever. But if you don't have to sign an NDA, please tell us what it's like. They should make the console fold into a sword in case you walk into one of those disgusting Xbox fans. Defend yourself. That's funny. Devious Licks. So glad that was banned. Devious Licks. I don't know what that is. It was banned, though, so I guess that may be why. I don't know. Well, there's a lot of this I don't know, if I'm to be honest. 21 years ago before this year was, wait for it, research mode. Remember the year of research? I don't remember that. The year Halo 2 came out, apparently. Halo 2 was a fun game, too. And when it came out, it was a big... I actually like Halo 2 more than I like the original because of the dual wielding. I used to go and play SWAT matches against this other guy. I haven't seen him in a long time. Sean was his name. But anyway, different Sean. There was a Sean we know as Tank, and there's a different Sean. And this Sean, anyway, played with him. He was absolutely just a beast in SWAT. Now I don't. Those skills have certainly atrophied. I love Halo, but I'm not very good at it. I still will play it. I don't care. I have a Halo video. I have a Halo Master Chief Collection versus video on here, which I think Ash has said is one of his favorite videos of the whole thing. Or I'm playing with a couple of other friends, and we had a blast. But I'm not good. I don't win any of the matches. Spoiler alert. I do okay. I don't come in last, I think, all of the time. Maybe I don't. I don't know. It was fun. But that was that. I digress. I think I remember you were talking about research mode at one point or another. Oh, okay. Nearly forgot about research mode. It's been a bit. I didn't even know that was what it was. Because I made some sort of error. I made a Racing 2004 and calling it research. I gotcha. Nice. The one thing English and Americans can agree on is that we hate French. Pure hate. I don't think we hate French. America's got a ton of French people in it. We have a whole state that is literally its own, which they did used to, but now it's in preservation mode to preserve the French. That's Louisiana. Texas has got a lot of French too, right? Especially around like Port Arthur and Galveston and such. There's a lot of French speaking there too. Texas has got 4, right? It's a lot of English, a lot of Spanish, a lot of German, both low and high. If you're in North Texas, where there are more of a Mormon, Mennonite community. Sorry, not Mormon, Mennonite. Well, yeah, Mennonite community. There's a lot of Low German down towards kind of closer to the Houston area. There are a couple of places down there, Pflugerville and so on and so forth. High German spoken, and then again French around Port Arthur, and there's actually quite a few languages just in that state alone. So just in Texas alone, rather, this state alone, and then Louisiana also has it, which Cajun French, Creole, and English. So no hatred of French. What if I play devil's advocate? I think the French are not that bad. This is such an anticlimactic. I think they're okay. You should have your own radio show and be on the radio Retro Room having callers calling. I used to. I appreciate that, Thumb. Long time ago, I was on radio as a guest at. I think this is a long time ago. But there was a guy that ran a radio station for the little town, little city. And Jonathan Topp was his name, T-O-P-P, perfect radio name, perfect any kind of name. Brilliant guy, super nice, very charismatic. It was a pleasure getting to talk with him, but he had me brought in to talk Star Wars. And this is way before episodes 7, 8, and 9 were a thing or any of that. And he wanted to talk about Star Wars. He wanted to talk about how the prequel trilogy wasn't really measuring up, and we got into like a 4-hour debate, I think it was, on there. He wanted to. He was just, because I was like, I can go now, and he's like, no, I want to get into a debate. And it's like 2 a.m, and he's like, whoever's listening to this is either in or they're not, But he's like, the Trade Federation, how in the world would they why would they block trade? And I'm like, that's because trade federations exist, and there's a real life equivalent, and their job isn't to block or promote it. It's to do both of those things when it's appropriate. It's to regulate it, So I used to do that on a radio. So he brought me back to discuss all kinds of other little, he brought me back a lot to be on radio to discuss those, but I appreciate that. I really like it. But having callers call in, that is something that he had control of it. I wasn't the progenitor of this. I was just a guest. I vaguely remember on the Wii where you could write up a message to send to those who exchange friends codes with. That's really cool. Can I prank call him? Yeah, get the guy off the radio. I don't want to talk to him. I don't know why I had to do that in Bill Clinton's voice, but I swear this isn't who you think it is calling in. Either that or someone I exchange friends codes with sent me a picture of their Animal Crossing game. That's really cool. Andreas, one of the friends that was on, he says that he goes off on there's a sound tangent around Shadowgate. We were playing Shadowgate. And that's one of the episode was actually scavenged, which is why everything on it is so terrible. The audio is not balanced or anything, because it was just, we had to find little pieces of it and patch it together. It was so hard. And that's what he does. He goes, "You're listening to Retro Room Radio." And he's just got he's got a phenomenal voice. He's got a great voice for radio. I don't necessarily know if I have a pleasing voice, but if you enjoy it, Reminds me of the DS and how you pass people and your music. Oh yeah, that was kind of cool. That was one of the big things. When we would go to like the E3s and such, you would just have so many of those little they were called something, but I can't think of it. Radio Retro Room. That'd be cool. Could be the name of the podcast. Oh yeah, that's true. Retro Radio, talking about the English language and philosophy, coming to a radio near you. Retro Room Radio. Or Retro Room Radio as the title. Oh, yeah. Retro Radio Room. Any combination of those 3 R's. Now I feel like that if I did ever do that the logo would have to be those 3 R's, and then like the middle R would have to look like a microphone or something. He meant 64 and 1/2 or 32. Retro Radio Retro Room. They just throw the retro in there twice. Why not? And Minos Prime seconds that, I think. Great. First, we're talking about language, then it's maths or math. Just say mathematics, and we need not argue about the. Yeah. So was it you? I don't think it was you. I was talking about that with. That we just do math. We just say math over here, of course. And I was talking to somebody about this. This was a while back. This was a couple of weeks ago, at least, right? And but it was. I say math and not maths. We say math over here and not maths. And whomever it was that I was, whomever it was I was interlocking with in this particular case was, it's maths because there are multiple maths, right? There's trigonometry, geometry. I think it was on this forum. I just can't remember with whom I was, but it was, trigonometry and calculus and algebra. And there are multiple maths, but there are also multiple sciences, and we don't call it sciences. We call it science. So it's just, for us, it's collectively math. It's collectively science, right? Because there are multiple of both of those. No need to complicate it. So that's why we do it. But if you want to do maths, obviously that's fine. I have a Korean burger and taco. Good day, lads. That is really cool. There you go, Fighting Max. Math is a collective. That's my opinion too. Yep, math without the S. Again, I don't have any problem with people that want to put the S on it. It's just if somebody who puts the S on it wants to come at me and say, well, yours doesn't make any sense, I look at it and go, well, we don't call it sciences, and yet there's archaeology and biology and or there's all of these ologies basically. You've I could all of the. I was trying to think of something else. I was about to say epistemology, but that's not quite a science, really. But you get my point, right? Is that we don't we collectively call it science, You don't remember me saying that in my live chat? Halo 2 is research mode? Wait, research mode? I meant 2000. There's a movie there was an image in my head when you said that I paired to my reading this a lot. I've said this before. I don't have an inner monologue. I don't hear voices, my own included, in my head. Everything is imagery, so I hear only what I'm speaking or what is being spoken to me. I don't actually hear anything inside of my head. So when I read that out loud, the image that came to me, there's a National Lampoon movie called Loaded Weapon. It has Emilio Estevez and Samuel Jackson, and they're parodying the Silence of the Lambs scene where they go to visit. It's F. Abraham Murray, but it was originally where Clarice went down to visit with Hannibal, right? And he tells me, he says, yeah, you just go down the hall, just go to the hall, keep to the left, and you'll be safe. And then he comes back after like 10 seconds. He runs back to the cage and goes, right, I meant stay to the right. And you look down the hall, and there's a guy that's holding him through bars, beating Emilio Estevez over the head. This is what that image came to mind when I read that, and it was the best. So you're very far behind chat. Devious Licks. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't like to skip over. I mean, I if I had 100 people, I'd probably have to skip. But I have the benefit of getting to go through each of these line for line, so I hope everybody will bear with me. Devious Licks was the TikTok challenge that you were talking about when we were challenge that you were talking about where people stole items from. Oh yeah. That sounds. I don't understand how that correlates, because licks to me always, if you were going to say something like that and it wasn't meaning to stick your tongue out and actually put it against something, to lick something, right? Then it was like music, right? That was what you would call it if you were able to hammer out a really nice solo or a really nice something on a guitar, but. That Halo video is your best video. I'm glad you think so. We had a lot of fun making. We're going to do some more of that eventually, but it's so difficult to get together. At that time, it was a lot easier to get together because the jobs we had afforded us that flexibility. But pandemic has happened, and all of those things shifted, and everybody had to change things. And so, yes. Bonjour, comment allez-vous? I think it was more of an American thing. Yeah, probably so. Only we could think of something so devious, couldn't we? Hey, it's the French. Did the radio station of Retro seem to be talking about exist during research mode? Ooh, maybe. I couldn't give you the time frame exactly because it's been a long time. I can't even remember. But it's been a minute ago. Podcasts are basically radio, aren't they? They are if they're good. But the thing is, I think there was a time. Oh man, I'm gonna get onto the thing. Kind of, but not as good. I used to like radio dramas, and you used to have it where people would do radio dramas. There would actually be voice-acted dramas on the radio station where they would be War of the Worlds, right, was one of these. Now, this is a long time ago. But War of the Worlds was Orson Welles basically putting on radio drama, convincing the world that aliens had invaded. And it was such a cool thing. One of my favorite comedians from the 50s and 60s, Red Skelton was his name, acts as this radio, I think he's Rusty Morgan. He acts as a radio drama actor where he plays this detective called the Fox. I mean, how cool is it? It's the same thing. It kind of went the way of like Choose Your Own Adventure books too. You remember Choose Your Own Adventure books where if you do this, flip to page 10. If you do this, flip to page 50. And like, I miss all of that. I love. I mean, now don't get me wrong. We've been able to keep the Choose Your Own Adventure stuff a little bit, but I kind of like the books still. I have a few from a long, long time ago. But yeah, I wish I'm not saying podcasts aren't and can't be. I just wish we would do with podcasts what we did with radio in making them more fun. They are the callers, but the callers are predetermined. Are podcasts pre-recorded radio shows? Okay, probably. Live streams, basically radio shows without the callers. But that can change. Leak your phone number, please, Retro. We would love to call in. You know, I might have to get a. I could get a. What is it? A DID. I could get it'd be a VDID, but I could get a V. I should do that. I should find a way to get it like a VDID, and then that way we could have. Because Discord takes so much effort to try and run with everybody on it. So maybe a DID, by the way, direct inward dial, virtual direct inward dial, where it's basically a number that just goes to this computer channel or whatever. That would be super cool. That'd be really fun. I have his number. You might, actually. I don't know if you do or don't, but you might. I know that there are a few people on here that have my actual phone number, and that's perfectly okay. I don't leak it to everybody though, for careful reasons. Obviously, I get enough calls during the day, to be fair, and I've got two phones and they're both blown up constantly. Ask Retro to open his Discord voice channel so we can talk on his stream right now. I'd love to do that. I want to find a way that's more efficient because Discord causes so many hiccups with the streaming setup. Thumb and I had done. Thumb had asked me to participate or help to participate in moderation announcing of a link race, of a Link to the Past race, and we had so many problems, so many hiccups the first time. Second time we kind of figured it out. I want to find a way where we can do that. I would really like to have a voice chat where you guys can come in and talk with me during the fireplace scene at very least, but certainly I wouldn't mind it while I was playing the game. But Discord causes some really awful, just some really big issues. I'll do some research into it. I'll do some deeper research into it than today, because I think that would be really fun. It's 0800 Alucard. That'd be cool. He doesn't know how to use VC. I think I can do it on Discord. But it causes so many hiccups and issues. We had such a time that first host stream. It's Dracula backwards. It's Matthew Peasant. Oh, everybody's just getting all upset. I wish you could look at my old high school schedule to be sure where England, Australia decided to use surely English rather than American English. Maybe. Which English Australia decided? Yeah, I believe Australia has opted more to use British English than American English. It would make sense. Australia, even though obviously you're continent country, your flag still has a Union Jack in it. I like, did it say math or maths? I would bet you that it said maths, but I could be wrong. Australia uses British English because it's a British colony. No. Videos related to me. Here's a strange thing I've realized. Well, but we can't say that necessarily because so were we. So were we once. But you're spot on about that. But we were too once. So it's interesting to see how much it's evolved. Here's a strange thing I've realized about English recently. You have humor versus humor, but humorous is spelled that way. Humorous is spelt that way both ways without the U. I wondered if it's humorous, which is incorrect. I think American English has put a focus on cutting out what they believe to be vestigiality in favor of, or to the detriment of phonetics. Does that make sense? Because humor versus humor, right? But yours, humor, M-O-U-R, I think gives a more phonetic approach or a more phonetic visual to the way that the word is to be pronounced, where humor, ours has I think a harder stop between the consonant and the vowel sound there. But it's either way, right? Again, whatever's comfortable for you. I don't know. Let's see. My hearing loss would make it so that I had to sort of listen to radio plays. Hard to listen to that sort of radio plays, which is why I've constantly wondered about transcripts or something for Doctor Who audio plays. One of the things that I do think is cool, I'm certainly not a big AI proponent, but there has been a really big improvement in effort to auto text auto caption the spoken word through AI. So I think that would be something I would try to also look at it incorporating, so that it would give you a live transcript. Because I know even with our videos, anything we have to do at work, there's a live transcription to the right that was not manually transcribed. It was AI transcribed. So I think it would be really, really cool. Transcripts for Doctor Who audio can be found, but only for the first range that was made. Oh, that's cool. Guys, you excited for mine and Retro's projects this year? It's okay if you're not. I'll just pretend not to be bothered. No, Ash, I'm not excited. I'm excited for them. I certainly am. Someone has to be passed the torch after I finish. Oh, guys, don't be. That's so sad. No one has to be excited. Thank you, Vinny True, for an Australian relation. Feel the disappointment run through your body like a piercing cold wind through your veins, Ash. So epically written. That's my daily life. Aw. Retro doesn't actually like any of us. That's why he never spends evenings with me or attends my one-on-one picnics. Okay. So I don't know about the one-on-one picnics. I don't think I've ever received an invite to any of those, and even still, there's an ocean that divides us. But what do you mean spends evenings with you? I'm literally here. We're spending time. I like people that I spend time with. Fighting Max, Vidi, Minos, Thumb. All of you guys are great. I'm enjoying spending. If I didn't enjoy doing this, I wouldn't do it anymore. Like, I don't care about the numbers. I don't care about the growth. I just enjoy doing this. Well, the next time I stream Mario Kart, I'm hoping for a mass voice chat through Discord, but I anticipate it would crash on the Wi-Fi. And that's my big problem, Vidi. I want to do something kind of like that, but Discord is so inefficient. I have a pretty powerful computer, and Discord is still so inefficient in the way that it opts to try and run all of that. So I want to find a program that's good, clear voice that doesn't tax the CPU substantially. Either that or I'm going to have to really increase my CPU, which I have a pretty good. I mean, it's an older one, but it's an octa-core 9590. So I don't see why it shouldn't be able to do that. I know we have deca-cores now and all that, but heptacores, or not heptacores, deca-cores and dodeca-cores, but it doesn't matter. Even if I use PC audio through OBS. Yeah, it's the thing is, Discord tries to take all of that and then add enhancements and this, and you can turn some of that off, but automatically it has baseline enhancements. So my parents don't understand why words like no and knee have a K, but hey, we don't question it. Baloney. Yeah. That's a good word. It's got to be Italian impression, right? Yeah, no, knee, night. None of those should have a K, but they do. But I think it's artifact. It's kind of like the artifact. I made mention of this before, I think. It's kind of the artifacting of Old English, because that, right, makes sense. We used to spell it with the letter thorn, right? Now we have what. What doesn't really need the H. It's why, or whipped. Right? Doesn't really need the H, but we hear some people still put emphasis on the H, and traditionally they're older people too. It's whipped, it's what. The reason that is artifacting, because used to, the W and the H were flipped. The H came first, then the W, then it was ash, the letter ash, which is AE, the AE that are attached, and then a T. So it was what. So I think it's probably one of those types of vestigial remnants, right? Just like we have an H still in the word what, which doesn't need it. We have a K in the word no, which probably doesn't need it. But I guess you take the K away from no, then it becomes now, and that's a completely different concept. I don't know. Let's see. IDK, I don't question why there's an arrow through mine. And then the little arrow's made. I used to talk on radio like Retro did, but then I took an arrow to the knee. Good Skyrim reference, though, too. Do you know taking an arrow to the knee used to be a euphemism for marriage, not for getting shot. It was for marriage, right? You bend down on one knee to propose. That was what taking an arrow to the knee was. It wasn't actually getting shot. It's a lot of that. It's like people putting their pinkies up to be fancy. That's not fancy. That's a signal of much, much worse things. Not spending time one-on-one, though. Anna constantly telling me to stop sending pictures. Weird. But you're going to be a radio host on one of my horror shorts. Oh, that would be really cool. I'm excited for your horror stuff. I really, whenever it comes, I'm super excited. Well, I'd be interested in appearing in a horror short. So, of course. Oh, very nice. Let me clarify. Anna tells me to stop sending pictures too retro for him. I thought you showed pictures of you too retro, and retro to Anna. That'd be intro. Matilda, it's not what. It's not what. It's what. Trunchbull, not happy. Trunchbull. Now, great. I failed the English. Well, it's an unusual name, though, too. She's jealous, Max. It's fine. Jealous of our relationship. No, it's just British English. What is British English? See, that's what I'm saying. So, again, used to. Can I do it? I don't have a letter for Ash on my keyboard. I don't have a way to do it in the YouTube thing, but yeah. I've been spelling with an A this whole time. Oh, no. Trunchball is British English. I couldn't tell you. I haven't seen that movie since it came out. I saw it once and I was like, there was a lot of it was just kind of gross to me. Like, I was like, eh. Just personally, I was just like, it's not my aesthetic. What about the book retro? I never read the book. That was not one of the ones that, again, books have to really be something that interests me. I like history. I like philosophy. There's some fantasy I like. I like, obviously, Star Wars. That's an easy one. I read a lot of history, though. I like history about. I used to, when I started off, it was American history. It was World War II and stuff. And then it started being like the inspirations from mythologies that have come from actual historical events. I think I've talked about this before, but I have the history. It's called The Life and Times of Dracula, right? But it's not about Dracula. It's about Vlad Tepes III, the man that potentially inspired Dracula. Reading about his life and his history, man, that guy was fascinating. That guy was absolutely fascinating. He was just fascinating. I mean, there are a lot of things he did that I'm like, man, golly, I admire that you had the courage to do that. And then there are things, obviously, I look at and it's like, I mean, obviously, he was a product of his time, right? By today's standards, he'd be awful, but by back then standards, I mean, you have to be careful. You got to be careful not to judge the past based on the present, because what are morals now were not morals then, and what are morals today will not be morals in the future. Things will change. Things you do today that you believe are good will be bad eventually. I'm sure it will flip-flop. There's nothing, I think, that's been completely universal. Sorry, I got off topic there. I finally caught up with the chat. What took you? It took you long enough, Sonic the Hedgehog. I'm the blue blur. There we go. If you believe the conspiracies and lies the government shoves down your gullet. I don't know what we're talking about. Which conspiracies and lies? When I'm talking about history, I'm talking about like going down the rabbit hole of record, right? I'm not reading a history book that's published in that way. I'm reading the autobiography sanctioned by someone's family about what they did. And I'm not usually reading about how the war went. I'm reading about this one individual person that may have not, nobody even thought about. Anything, if anything is government sanctioned, if a publication is government approved or whatever, I'm not gonna bother with it. But I want to hear about the life of this one little cook that made hardtack in World War II or something. That's kind of my thing. I saw the 90s Matilda film first, well, almost all of it. Saw the book amongst the other Roald Dahl books and read all of that and then finished the film. Nice. But I've not seen the musical stage or film. Yeah. I like Roald Dahl books. I can't, I know his name. I can't for the life of me, apart from this Matilda one that you brought, I can't for the life of me think of another Roald Dahl book. So Speaking of Matilda, I'm impressed at how Mara Wilson has largely moved on from acting. I don't know who that is. I'm assuming that is the actor that played Matilda. The guy who actually inspired Dracula was in English. No, it wasn't. I'm not going to say that name because I read it ahead. He used to bite his opponents. No, the guy was Władysław Tsepesh III. Mike Tyson. It was Mike Tyson, 1993 versus Evander Holyfield. What an interesting fight that was. Shall I start a horror channel? Yes, you should absolutely start a horror channel, Ash. I am super excited to see it. That'd be really cool. A Nintendo reviewer multiplayer commentary mentioned a laser tag story when someone tried to name the team Duck Hunt. They weren't allowed to. The name Duck Hunt. Isn't it obvious? If you say it very quickly, yeah, I get it. Nah, Mike Tyson was a golfer. Also, the Nintendo reviewer has been harassed by multiple fake Insta accounts. Honestly, Insta has been annoying in recent weeks. I don't mess with Instagram, so I don't know. Now you're thinking of Mike Jordan. Yeah, that's true. Matter of fact, Michael Jordan just recently, I'm not a big, they came on Game Pass, but Michael Jordan got a recent insert into like the new PGA Tour game or whatever. Mara Wilson played Matilda. Plus, she was also the youngest daughter in Mrs. Doubtfire. I remember that. I just didn't remember that was her name. But yeah, Mrs. Doubtfire, that's a film I enjoy. I love that. I mean, I miss Robin Williams. I used to watch Mork and Mindy. That was one of my favorites. For anybody who doesn't know, Mork and Mindy was a show that came out in the like 70s, 80s. It was Robin Williams, Pam Dauber, and then eventually it would be Jonathan Winters, and they were just he was an alien. Mork came from a place called Ork, had this supreme overlord called Orson, and he was basically going to Earth to learn about the humans and report back his findings, and he went in like, it was all supposed to be weird. He went in like an egg spaceship. It was so fun. I love it. I have the entire, I think I still have the whole thing on DVD. I think they made the thing on DVD and I have it, but anyway, I miss Robin Williams is my point. Mike Jordan was a wrestler and was also in some sort of Christmas films, but cannot remember the name. Michael Jordan from Space Jam? That was cool. Nah, buddy, that's LeBron. Just constantly correcting everybody in the wrong direction. I've still not seen Space Jam 2. I hear it's not as good as the first, but of course that may be nostalgia talking. Well, it could be, but it also, I mean, there was a lot more emphasis on messages that were not the same as entertainment, right? Aren't you thinking of Kevin Love? Kevin Love is a cook. Oh, wait, Kevin Hart. Oh my goodness. Oh, you're thinking of Kevin Cook, an artist, or Kevin Kline, an actor. Fun fact, Viddy's real name is Kevin Clockwork. That would be kind of a cool name, though, wouldn't it? No, that was Calvin Klein. You guys are good, actually, though, to be fair. To consistently go down the line of wrong corrections and find names that match really, really well. You guys are brilliant. I gotta get like that. This line from "Aren't you thinking of Kevin Love?" down to "No, that was Calvin Klein," and everything in between. Brilliant. That's my real name. Honestly, wasn't anyone paying attention during my Zelda Oracle stream? Calvin Klein was a dancer. You're thinking of Kevin Klein. That's so good. I kid, but my farewell video will mention that. Well, don't farewell. It can't be. It's not farewell. It's see you later. It's not goodbye. It's see you later. Farewell. Everyone should farewell. Hopefully fares well, but you know. No, wait, Mr. Clean. Calvin Klein was played by Michael J. Fox and was lusted after by his own. That's Back to the Future references. Younger mother, but you get the point. Yeah. That game is awful, too. The Back to the Future game. There's a Telltale one. It's kind of fun. That's kind of fun, but yeah. Mr. Clean used to work for Kevin Klein. Mr. Clean drove cars. Fat thumbs. Say, Me Clean drove cars. This is meant to be a clean chat, yeah. My goodness. Pure brilliance, guys. Pure brilliance. That was cool. Oh, man. There we go. All right. I've had fun with this. That is really cool. I am going to go ahead and get ready to play the game, though, because otherwise I will I'll sit here and we can do this forever. Which is good, but, you know, I have time and all that. I've not played any of the Back to the Future games because I was worried it would send me back despite my problem of not... despite the problem my not living in the future. Well, then you'd just be in the same time with some of us, the rest of us. This better be a Back to the Future game or I'm leaving. Oh, I got bad news for you. Now you're thinking of Shel Silverstein, who mentioned for Kevin Kline and Mr. Clean. Shel Silverstein was cool. I recognize that name. He was the kiddie poet. He made fun little... I think I have a couple of books of his poetry. You know, little books of poetry. Very, very cool. I do know that one. John Jones worked for Jonesy Bones. But Max thought Jonesy Bones was a bus driver from Breaking Bad. In fact, Jonesy Bones was an MMA fighter. John Jones was a receptionist for Shel Silverstein. No way, that was Tom Jones. It's not unusual. I'm a big Tom Jones fan, though, too, so I'm points for that one also. I like Tom Jones. Tom Jones is in prison for tax evasion. You're thinking of Tom Hardy. Tom Jones is not in prison for tax evasion. We're going to get off on all of the Toms. This will take forever. Let's see. Quick Retro is actually playing the game on his live stream. The live stream, what is it? It's a live broadcast. That's not important right now. Oh, man, that's an airplane reference, I think, isn't it? Right? Quick, we have to get him to the hospital. What is it? It's a large building with doctors and patients, but that's not important right now. Was that an airplane reference you were making? I can, and don't call me Shirley. Oh, man, Leslie Nielsen was also great. We lost too many good people. Leslie Nielsen was brilliant. Isn't that Tom Holland? No, mate, Tom Holland was falsely accused. Remember, he was only in prison for about 2 weeks. Surely you think of Tom Hanks. Airplane is amazing. It is. No, that was Shawshank. He recently had a redemption. Nice. Well done. All right, on that note, I'm going to try and get this correct. I think I put it here. Is that the right one? Yeah, that's the right one. Cool. Look at that. There we go. No, that's God from Bruce Almighty. No, that's the guy from Liar Liar. No, wait, he's from Saw. Oh, God, this game later. Oh, that's funny. Hold on 1 second here. There we go. Aren't you thinking of All Might from One Piece? Hi, now you guys have lost me. The chat is a transcript of Pulp Fiction. Now that's a good... Pulp Fiction is a good film. Okay, I'm going to try to jump into this because you have already lost me. Let me make sure I... Okay. So when we last left off, we finished the whole Yakuza Metro, and we're supposed to have gotten enough pieces to go in this little thing. And now we have Arctic Cruise, and I can go into the laundry room, I guess. Wait, why is a serious radio host playing this weird game? But is that a fact or a point of view? It is a point of view. There is nothing objective about enjoying cinematic masterpieces because Cinematic masterpieces can only be cumulatively granted that title, not entirely granted that title. Even Citizen Kane has its detractors. You chose the wrong stream title, Retro, because insert all of the snow ice puns here. Oh, that's true. No, that was my strange addiction. Get back to discussing why the French are awful. I don't think I was. Chat got into a rhythm there. True Cinema. They did. They got into, which lost me completely. Minos Prime sounds like a Transformer. It absolutely does. That name does very much. Snow Way. This is True Cinema, but it's a nice thought to have. Well done, Viddy. No, that's Creek Climb. Yeah, I see you've lost me. This is a really cool little... I'm just... I know there's not likely much here. I'm just enjoying how the little reflections on everything and... Oh, wait, what's that? What's that ball? Can I have? Yes, I can. Oh. That's cool. They put a little kick. The character is adorable. You don't usually get to hear the little... You hear a lot of that. You don't hear a lot of that. Ah! So that's kind of cute. Greek lime like red wine, let's rhyme on time. Good lord. Oh, I don't know. This is a stream where Retro just leaves his camera on facing a washing machine, riveting content. Yeah, I mean, could be. Was a reference to a game a while back I did as a joke. I normally go by Rook, but it's been so long Minos stuck. Minos is a really cool name. Rook is a really cool name though too. So I mean, either way, you can't lose. I normally go by Rook, but it's been so long Minos stuck. Get a drum beat behind that. We're gonna be rich. Yeah, that could. I mean, there could be a melody to that. Yeah. All right. Oh, look at that Van Gogh-esque Starry Night in the background there. How cool is that? Now, I don't know all of the... okay. I was gonna say, did it just break on me? It resized the screen and then it was like, eh. Oh, look at him. He's like, It's interesting that they have him with a cigarette, since there are so many, especially of late, there's so much of an effort to get away from showing tobacco depictions. And the music's interesting, too. What's that? Okay. It looks like a present. Can I climb this tree? No. Okay. This is an interesting little world already, right off the bat. This is kind of nice. The drum beat could be Laurie Anderson style, but don't forget, only an expert can deal with the problem, said the Raven, tapping on my chamber door. Shall we all go on a murder mystery cruise? I mean, a regular cruise? I mean, who killed him? Okay, it was being Henry's thing. Two other versions of A Hat in Time run better than the Switch version, or is the Switch version doable? Unless you run the Switch 2 that's just come out. I'm sure the Switch 2 will run it better. It runs well on the Switch. I think I have it on PlayStation 4 as well. But it runs well on the Switch. It just, the loading had some stutter there to it, so. Like a harvester, we combine tea time with sublime turbines that align with my refined shoreline. Good lord. Was it Ash on the boat with the candlestick? I should know. I'm a Cluedo expert. Nice. Switch version is awful. Retro is blind. Nah, that's not true. I guess I'm just rapping now. I mean, better than I could. Okay, let me talk to it. This version works very well. Alright, let's talk to it, see what this guy says.
Hey kid, you wouldn't believe how hard it is to get to the sun these days. That darn Steve, always one step ahead. Anyway,
Steve.
I thought I'd take some time off to relax. This should be smooth sailing, huh?
They definitely tried to give him that, like, Midwestern, stereotypical, you know?
After traveling on the conductor's train all the time, I'm looking forward to something a little more reliable.
You're literally, okay, you're getting on a boat, and don't get me wrong, boats can be reliable, but if they got holes, you got nowhere to go. They're the crows.
I can't wait to get some time in the pool. Owls love water, you know.
Okay. Look at that tiny, look at that, wait, whoa. I thought those were tiny owls. They're not, they're tiny conductors. Where's your wife? How do you have all of these kids and no, okay.
Well, if it isn't the little lass. How's Stardom treating you?
Let's see. Chris says it. What in the world? He knows what he did. I don't know what happened. Yeah, but he's kind of an odd, I would say adoption, but he's kind of an odd species. It's very unlikely that he would find 7 kids all his species.
Oh, and sorry about the whole knife incident. What's a wee argument between colleagues, though, right, lass?
You made up for it. You helped me.
Anyway, I better go ask about the childcare on board. I love these little blighters, but I can't bring them to the bar with me, can I?
Yeah, I was gonna say, he's kind of like, it would be different if it was an owl. I'd be like, oh, adoption, but he's his own little species, whatever the heck he is. So I'm sitting there going, well, it's very unlikely that you're gonna adopt all of the same species as you. You had to have probably mated with someone that is at least the same species to come out with all of them looking like that. Who knows? I can't get up there yet, and that's gonna bother me. I'll figure it out, but I guess I'll go to the boat for now. Oh, look at those little seals. They're adorable.
Ready to sail.
He's got a broken tusk and he's all scarred up too. So what has he been through? These little seals.
To the cruise, miss.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. How do you know he's an odd species? What are you trying to say? You want to build a wall? I let him live. He just is a weird species. I've never seen him before. Racist against owls? Of course not. I love owls, but that's not an owl. That's a weird. Got sharp teeth. The owls are not what they seem. Speaking of which, might as well call this channel the Racist Room. No. R.I.P. David Lynch. Oh, I don't. That too. Yes. The Racist Room, sponsored by Formula One. I don't understand how the correlation. Oh, yeah. David Lynch was responsible for the owls not being what they seem, and cherry pies and coffee, and basically mini green. Yeah, David Lynch was awesome. So it was sad. This little thing is adorable.
Welcome to the cruise, miss.
I love that.
We hope you have a great time.
This one's cuter.
Welcome to the cruise, miss.
You have these guys are. I love these guys. My goodness.
You look a little young to be sailing alone, pup. Whatever. Just don't get in anyone's way. The crew do enough of that already.
Again, he's been through some stuff. This walrus. Am I looking at the... Okay. Alright. I'm gonna see one more time. Can I can't see where I could do it. Maybe I could do 1, 2. Anything for me to grapple up on? No. No, not that I can see, and it's too high for me to dash. Let's see if I can get my hand on the controls again. Nah, yeah, you can't. Goodness sakes, Ash and Viddy have an exchange there. Bad impression on children and me. Yeah, they've tried to get away from tobacco usage in a lot of these things.
There's something to do other than take a dip. Keep it to yourself, kid, but we ain't the swimming type. Capiche?
Okay.
The boss wanted to be here, but when he heard the conductor is here, he decided to focus on his next movie.
Okay.
Yeah, the tickets for this thing are pricey, but we helped ourselves to the old one flipper discount, if you know what I mean.
One flipper discount, huh? Okay. Am currently smoking at the moment, thanks to that walrus. 0 out of 10. I just went out and bought a pack this moment. Started. You know, that's a fun thing, too. I don't smoke, never have smoked, and I don't think you should smoke. But, I do work with a company that has a lot to do with tobacco.
Hey there, dude. Dudette, I mean. I'm like ready for a nice cruise. Aren't you? Hopefully there's nothing fishy about this ship, you know?
This has got to be... You have to... Whoever made you... messed up.
I got ripped off on a dodgy vacation last year. It was like not rad at all.
Because this feels like you would be so uncomfortable with your arms on your... One arm on your stomach and one arm on this, and then you've got one eye back here, one eye here. So anytime you sit down on a seat, this eye is smashed up against the back of the seat. My goodness. Let's see. It may as well be like that episode of The Simpsons where Lisa won a beauty pageant associated with cigarettes. I'm not sure how the cigar got in my hand, but it must be this game. It's not a cigar and it's not mine. Oh yeah, I remember that. That's not a cigar and it's not mine. My favorite thing though is when the favorite thing that Hermes says is when he gets decapitated and then they put his Zoidberg puts his head on backwards and he looks down to see his butt in the front. What are those? You and me, okay. Oh wait, what do we have here?
First you kill me, then you torment me by booking passage on the only cruise liner here with facilities for people in jars. Such a rude little child. Were I not in a pleasant holiday mood, and still without a body, I would take my revenge right here and now.
I don't know if there's a way to get him a body, but we'll see. I'm gonna take a look around a couple of these. Oh! Wait, what happened here?
Ooh, wait a minute. It's you again?
What are you all eating today? What are your plans after the stream? I'm going to eat pizza. Oh, very nice. What's on it, though? I'm going to my cousin's son's 5th birthday. I anticipate a few sweets. Very nice. That is if there's any left. I can't remember. What are those? Cake for Viddy. I'll be eating silk. Okay. Just like the cake. Pepperoni sausage, cigarettes, liquid uranium, barbed wire. You know the word. Nice. I don't know. Normally meat. I'm pretty much I'm for the most part I'm a carnivore.
And then turn up to ruin my vacation too? You really are just the worst, kiddo. Yes, I'm hiding in a crate. Tickets are expensive.
You've got stuff coming out of the bottom though. All right. Well, while that's going on, wait, I have to remember. There we go. Every time. It's like a new experience, right? Okay, I'm sure that this is nothing bad will come out of this. Okay, it's the same thing. Alright. Yeah, so nothing's gonna come of a death shadow thing. I don't know why the octopode have shock. They're not eels, but oh well. Oh, look, a coin. I can use it on the orb machine. I don't know how many of those I have. I knew there was one I couldn't get the last time. Okay. These are the bad mafia guys. There we go. We have good mafia guys too, so I don't understand why this one's gonna try and cause me a headache. I may be going with a, swimming with a friend. It's 32 Celsius today. I don't even think it reached. I don't think today it even reaches 30 Fahrenheit here. Which makes sense. Again, we're different sides of the equator, but man, I've got. I think tomorrow or day after the high is 8. So it's getting. I'm talking about Fahrenheit, but yeah, the high is I think 8. So. Very chilly. Are you going with the toaster? I don't think it's a good swim. I would not swim with a toaster, yeah. Well, the toaster would have a shocking incident, a la Groundhog Day. Grab those. I didn't mean to do that. I think that this is one of the things. This is, as a platformer, this is a great platformer. It's not perfect. There's definitely some stuff that I like that. Too cold. That can get a little wonky, but I mean it plays pretty darn smoothly. My goodness, remember when Retro couldn't swim video and we just kept laughing until he drowned? Saved his life, though. Been friends since 86. Retro is streaming from underwater, 1386. It's a lot of centuries before research mode. Maybe 1386, who knows?
Attention, this is your captain speaking. Is this thing turned on?
Yeah.
All passengers, please check in at the lobby desk. I'll be on board shortly.
These little seals are awesome. Look at them. I'm going the other way. Little seals are adorable. I feel like they're so adorable that there's probably something that's going to be not so adorable about them in the near future. But I don't know. I hope not, though, because I love them. Look at that. Hello, friend. Are you squeaky if I jump on you? Yes! I expected that. Let's see. No, this is just his vengeful spirit hunting Ash through the internet. Once he finds enough information about him, he will strike. Who knows? Yes, no, I'm asking, who knows? Yes, Doctor Who knows if it's 1386. Also, he's good at video games, but that's not the point. Well, thank you. So Max, Retro drowned, and afterwards his spirit hunted Ash, streamed games, etc. Retro knows where I live. It's France. That's the plot twist. Retro is good at video games? Really? What is it? They're interactive pieces of media, but that's not important right now. I don't know I'm good at video games either, but I enjoy them. What's up?
Please watch your step, miss. It's a big drop past this railing.
It is. It looks... okay. Let me go the other way really quickly just to see what all else is out here before I feel like I'm going to have to descend.
I tried to get the boss to tell us about his next movie before we left, but he's tight-beaked about it.
Oh, we got a little boat out there. I don't know what it's doing. Nice thing about 1984, though, you always had someone watching if an incident happened at the pool. That's true, too. But it was a bad year for George Orwell. Let's see. So this pool isn't cold, but it was cold. It's cold outside, and we're in an open pool. Okay. I mean, I guess we can go with that. What do we have? This is a little owl.
I thought the pool would be heated seeing as it's so cold out, but it isn't. I almost froze my feathers off trying to take a dip earlier.
You gotta be. It doesn't look. It looks cold, but there are also seals everywhere and a walrus. They're made to handle the cold. Hey, little seal. I didn't know that was going to happen, but I got to squeak him anyway, and I'm happy about this. What? Wait. Okay. I don't know what I love these little things. They are so adorable. I don't know why that one's there, but... okay. There we go. He loved Big Brother. What does having an older sibling in 1984 have in common? Big Brother is always watching you. Orwell had a great time. He said so himself in the end. Yeah. Hat in Time character. Can I join you for a swim? It's 32 Celsius today. I love all three of us instantly made Big Brother jokes. Yeah, you guys are spot on. Okay. I mean, like, I say, look at this. It's just the most adorable little thing. I'll take a picture of that. There we go. Can I go in? Is that locked? Okay, I'm gonna have to go the other way then. Actually, for the summer event, Hat Kid did get a swimsuit outfit. It seems like it'd be frosty here.
Would you like to buy a pool toy? We have all kinds of shapes and sizes, and they float.
Nice. Let me see, is this one? Yep, it floats. This is okay. My goodness. I'm not going to take any more of them. I didn't pay you for that one, so I'm not going to take any more of them off your thing. Oh, is it... wait, what do we... I'm sorry, I'm just enjoying the environment and the freaking adorable seals. Gotcha. Okay. What, man, I'm getting... okay, goodness sakes. I mean, they're just, these are cute little seals. That's an awful and traumatic memory. I am sorry to hear that. Hi, bud. What are you doing? Why do you need the floaty? Okay. I just feel like they're too cute, so I feel like they're gonna try, like something's gonna take a downturn. Oh no! I did. Ah, son of a gun. Can I do that? Okay. Come on. Just taking a look around here.
It is good to be traveling again. Though the view here is not quite as nice as the Alps.
Okay. Oh, okay. I mean, this is all really nice. I'm supposed to be able to... Okay, there's a lot of... I'm trying to figure out where I'm supposed to go. He says go to the lobby, but I don't think that's right. I think the lobby's down that long fall. And I don't want to go down that long fall because it's a long fall, right? So I think I'm just going to keep climbing. I'm sure the timepiece is probably somewhere... I said probably twice. Sorry about that. Somewhere way up at the top. Retro is refusing to progress more in this game on account of these being cute little... They are really cute, are they not? I mean, like, come on. Are they not... Oh, okay. Yeah, this is a gift. Are they not adorable? My goodness. There better be hooks to grapple while swimming this afternoon. I'm not this much. That would be a really coal thing to do. These are Navy SEALs. Nice. I keep on writing letters to public swimming areas to have grapple points to swing on, but they never reply back. Just yell double jump on deck too. Wouldn't that be cool if we could actually double jump? I missed the last balloon. Are you kidding me? I didn't have the camera lined up. That was my fault. Oh, cool. Oh, it's a crayon. An unknown relic might match with others. I know where one of them are, but I can't do anything about it because it's up in that other... Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to go... I guess I'm gonna have to go to the lobby and try the long fall. I missed. There we go. Okay, the platforming is definitely a smidge more involved. Oh, I missed it completely. I got hit by something. Oh well, I'm gonna go into the other thing right there. You can't say that word anymore. How did it happen? In fact, let's see. Yeah, we call them hobbits now? Okay. Great Fool's tightrope. Gollum-inspired children call Good lord. Also, I'd recommend trying to familiarize yourself with the layout of the inside of the ship. That will be important later. Retro has hairy feet. Fun fact. Have I? What was the sad face for there, Minos Prime? Oh, lifeguard.
Excuse me. No running by the pool, please, and thanks.
Okay. Yeah, I'm running by the pool. I'm gonna go slow. I gotta go
don't
kind
know
of
what
quick.
everyone's talking about, kid. The pool temperature's fine to me.
People throwing the H word all about. How disrespectful. Is that familiarized with an S or Z? I'm not that pedantic. When I spell it familiarize, it gives me a funny little Microsoft Word red line on track. Okay. Alright, so I need to... I'm gonna do this. I'm enjoying just bouncing about, but I need to probably do something. So... I can't go in there. I have the... pool, or I have the, diving board there. Okay. So the inside, the only place I can go inside has the big drop. So let's take a peek around. Maybe I'm meant to make that drop. So look at those things. Meanwhile, we've got West Side Story's penguins on the, other table. Come on. There we go. Thanks a lot, Peter Dinklage, for ruining Snow White, I guess. I don't think I haven't been excited about... Uh-oh. Okay. I haven't been excited about any of the live-action remakes, so Snow White's just another one of those to me.
The reception is this way, miss.
Okay. 1 second, though. What do we got?
We are used to shipping containers and fish, not luxury cabins. Tickets definitely worth entire life savings.
Oh, dang. That's okay. That's a little much. Definitely a nice ship.
God, it's pretty, miss.
Yeah, it's okay. That's what I was just saying, but all right. It is a cool cruise ship. This is a really nice... I've never been on an Arctic cruise. That would be cool.
The reception is this way, miss.
Okay. Hold on, let's see really quickly. I gotta... fun fact about Snow White: her name references her skin tone. When she was 14. She was 14 when the whole the story took place. Yeah. Oh, poor Sotheby. Retro relies on chat as a walkthrough, so basically a Hat in Time character has to talk to Peter Dinklage next. Maybe. He's a cocaine addict who... Good lord. Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm not excited about the live-action remakes of Snow White and such. Snow White should go outside more, honestly. If that's her only defining feature, certainly. That's definitely true. I mean, I'm pale also, but I do have a sun allergy, so... my last name is not White, so... Mind you, as a kid, I did enjoy the 90s live-action 101 Dalmatians. 101 Dalmatians with Glenn Close, that one was okay. Would you like an animated version of the WWE live-action ruins everything? I don't even know if I know what that is. Okay, I'm going to start a new channel. I'm inspired. Thank you all for your time. Go for it. I'd be all right with it. Though why Jeff Daniels didn't go... Did Jeff Daniels... We've really moved the goalposts of this conversation. All right. Down there at an angle, kind of. Okay. And then we've got this really adorable little lifeboat. Okay. Yeah, it says down. Okay. Oh, it's a covered lifeboat. Okay. All right, through there. I have a...
Take a look at that ocean. Isn't it beautiful?
Okay. Let's see. Is that all that does is just take me back up? Oh, it takes me up to... Okay, I haven't been here. Let's collect a couple of those, and... I'm just exploring right now. There's a lot to explore here. Okay, this way. Gotcha. I didn't need those. Shouldn't have grabbed them, but oh well. Through the mess, huh? Okay. I don't mean mess. Uh-oh.
Attention passengers and crew. The ship is now leaving. Please try not to fall off.
Okay. This kind of does mirror what a real cruise ship does look like on the inside, though. The garden area I like that garden area a little bit more, but this kind of does look like what a real one had looked like, or it looked like it without all of the clutter, obviously. Like usually you just go in and there's a whole bunch of stores. Let's see. Okay, that was reception, but I was exploring. Okay, I'll go to reception. Wait, what's the... Okay, there we go.
Hello there, fellow passenger. It is nice to meet you for the first time.
Okay.
Those all 1 hour tickets in a sweepstakes. All of us. It was incredibly lucky. You must have bought yours legitimately. For purely casual reasons, how many pawns did you pay?
Okay. Let's see. Follow the pawns, don't follow the seals. In fact, I can't remember. Okay, see. Seals are always right. I am not. Okay. That's very contradictory to what you've just asked me to do. Well, again, seals the deal. 101 Dalmatians did have video game adaptations. It did. I better look up what those games are. I hope you can play as Lucky in at least one of them. Because I have terrible luck in video games. You play as Lucky, you'll do just fine. I remember on PC a long time ago, you play as one pup and fight Cruella in a ton of different levels. Also, Retro, there's a move that involves you dashing on the ground, canceling as soon as the dash ends, that lets you gain momentum. And I think that will be helpful for what comes later, which is telling me I'm going to have to run from something, probably.
Interesting. Pawns seems like a normal price for cruise tickets.
No, it doesn't.
Normal, and not incongruent with your bank statement at all.
Okay, so it's, let's see. Dash canceled. Okay, hold on. Okay, so that was what it was, where the forward somersault happens. Okay, so, okay. You didn't pay taxes? Not a single one. It's duty free. I did do it. Okay, good. Game inspires children not to pay taxes. 0 out of 10. Well, we are American. That is kind of the whole reason we did leave. Was because we didn't like paying taxes. We didn't like the 2% increase on tea tax. Now over here it's fine, when we decide to raise the rate 60%. What the heck? Hold on, before I go, can I talk to these seals first?
Hi, how can I help you? You looking for something that looks like this?
Yep.
Well, have I seen that? Thinking very hard.
Oh, he's helping. Oh, didn't work.
Oh, I remember! We broke one of those and hid it from the captain. He wouldn't be very happy if he knew we made a mess.
I said, okay.
We tried to clean it up, but, we didn't do a very good job, and we lost some of the pieces. I'm very sorry, miss. Please don't be upset.
I've gone through my former best friend stealing several of them from me, to the Mafia stealing several of them from me, to the Yakuza stealing several of them from me. I'm not upset about you accidentally breaking one. It's in more pieces than one. Okay. Okay, so that's just the map trying to show me. I can't be mad at accidental damage when I've been stolen from. I have to get 11 pieces, good lord. I can't be mad at accidental damage when literally everybody else who's done it has done it on purpose. I can't be upset. And you said you were sorry. You're the first one to actually do that and then say, I'm sorry. I can't be mad. It's in here. Hey, what you doing?
Very hard to reach up these counters. Maybe we should have gotten some smaller ones.
As if to punctuate the statement, fire jettisoning out of the oven. That's funny. Luckily, it's not in the path. I'll just grab that one. Alright. Let's see. I disagree. Nobody should pay taxes. Oh, yeah, well. I did. It looked kind of weird. I remember a magazine caption for a dog's life with a picture of a boy and a dog saying, "Come on, Spot, where'd you bury my GameCube?" Speaking of GameCube, Sunshine isn't even remotely as close of a bad of a game as some say. No, we have Super Mario 3D... Okay, well, I'm covered in chili now. No, it's part of the reason, actually. So, part of the reason that I had gotten the,
Oops!
Hold on.
We forgot to secure the tables. They're sliding all over the place.
Okay. Screw the incompetent loser should be thrown overboard immediately. Oh, no, I wouldn't do that. Wait, they're seals. They thought of everything.
Mafia bit down on something hard in this food. Child should take it back to kitchen, please.
Well, give it to me.
Mafia bit down.
Okay. What I was saying was Sunshine is the reason I got Super Mario 3D All-Stars, rather. Super Mario 3D All-Stars. There we go. Because the game's actually a lot of fun. My problem is that the GameCube controls were a little awkward. They were the camera thumbstick for the camera was inverted and all of that. I have trouble with inverted thumbstick on anything that's not like vehicular pilot style game. But on the Switch version, it seems like it was corrected, or at least it seemed better. But I think it's a good game. I think it's a really good platformer. I also have trouble with the GameCube controller in general, just because of the C-nub. I mean, we've all seen my Eternal Darkness playthrough, and we've seen me miss a point-blank shot.
How's it going? To tell you the truth, it feels good to have someone else cooking for a change. Though I wonder what their kitchen is like. Maybe
Because I can't because I couldn't get something to, I couldn't get a part of the body selected or to lock on or whatever. I just have trouble with that. I still like the GameCube, but I need to replace the C-stick on mine with a with an actual stick. I can't quite jump so high. It broke into... I'm glad that I know it broke into 11 pieces. Let's see. Okay, I better get ready for the birthday party and swim on this 32 Celsius day, so I bid you all farewell. Don't call me Shirley. Yeah, have a good day, Viddy. Enjoy your swim. Okay. No shard up here. We've got 3 out of 11. Oh, there's that, What is this?
Oh, hey, Dudette. I was just chilling, you know, and I noticed this broken glass around. Weird, right? It belongs to you? Oh, cool, I guess. No judgment, you know. Pretty gnarly picking that stuff up with your bare hands, but like, whatever floats your boat, you know?
That would be awful to look at the hat girl and her hands are all just cut up from the shards. Oh no. Okay, I didn't see. Is there one down there in the casino? Probably, because this thing's shining. I need chips to play. Alright. Can I play? Oh, it's promoting smoking and gambling.
You look too young to gamble to me. Sorry, miss.
Hey, you look too young to be able to give me the chips.
Stay off the desk. You look too young to gamble to me. Sorry, miss. Also, please stay off the desk.
Okay. Okay.
All wear the same coat. And the owls don't like to give their blood.
I have family in... I am very glad that this is where we are going. It is why I got on this cruise.
You guys are hiding. Can I get a poker chip from you?
Right as he was about to sneeze.
Where am I? I just teleported to the casino and I'm now operating a slot machine? This was a bad influence. There was a shard stuck in the machine. I felt so lucky I broke it. Okay, I gambled without permission.
You look too young to gamble to me. Also, please stay off the desk.
I thought it might say something different.
You're feeling lucky.
It's freaking West Side Stories penguins. Okay. So I haven't gone through all of them yet. I've gone through the casino. Okay. The layout of this ship, I know I'm supposed to get it down, is a little confusing, so I'm sure I'll pick it up more as I go. I'll try to. Ah. Okay, I don't know. Hold on. Is that a giant octopus? Like a Cthulhu? It is.
Watch your step there, Spark. It'd be real shocking if you slipped.
Okay.
I'm positive they could make it a little safer down here, but I guess that'd really amp up the costs.
I like his voice. Where are the sharks? They should be with the penguins.
Anyway, it's nice to have a guest down here. Most folks don't appreciate the hard work I put in to keep the mood electric.
I like his voice. He looks really cool too. Oh man, he is putting in a lot of work. He's got all 8 arms. Oh, and he got hurt on his head. I don't want to hurt him, so. Let's go ahead and grab this guy. What is this? Oh, cool. I got another crayon. There we go. Okay, what is this I'm in? Ooh, I'm glad that didn't work. Oops, okay. Okay. Oh. I need detergent? Why do I care? It's not my clothes. They're not my clothes. Alright, fine. There we go. Yes, we'll use this thing of detergent. There we are. Oh, I didn't actually pick the... okay, that makes more sense. I saw the shard thing disappeared. I thought, oh, it meant that I picked the timepiece up, but I guess I didn't. So, okay. All right. They do... okay, so laundry room is underneath the kitchen. Okay. Okay, that's... alright. Oh, and there are just stairs that lead up here? Yeah, okay. So the stairs lead up to the kitchen. Okay, so I need to figure out... I got 4 more pieces to go. That door leads back the way I came. Wait, what's this little guy doing?
Hello, I'm on a break.
Okay. He's just on a break in the little sink. Okay, fine. Okay, I've already been up here, so... alright. Higher up. I need to be able to climb. Okay. So we'll try to keep going higher then. We gotta go quite a bit higher, it looks like. Okay. Oh, there's Captain. Okay, Captain.
I'm busy, pup. The ship doesn't steer itself.
You're turned away from it, so it does. Alright. Wait a minute.
I said I'm busy, pup.
I'm still gonna have to bother you, though, because that looks like you have stuff.
Have anything better to do? They don't pay me enough for this.
He won't talk to me anymore. Oh, I'm saluting him. That's what I'd do. Okay, I thought I was waving at him originally. Oh, it isn't him. I thought it was having to what the heck then? It looks like I've gotten it from the lower ones. It looks like I've gotten it from... I can't tell if it says the room I'm in is green or red. It looks like green, so I'm gonna go... I need to go somewhere that takes me higher up. I've already been here. Okay, Okay, last time I dropped down into the casino, so this time I'll come up here.
This way to the... I mean, hello? That's a tough habit to shake.
Oh, yep. Okay, so now I'm back in the garden. Uh-oh.
Oh, to myself. Will you take me to the captain, please?
Okay. I didn't know I could go. The door had a, but I was gonna try it. Why not? Look at that little seal. Oh my goodness. All right, hold on. Wait. I had to get this little. Oops. Oh, dang it.
What do you want, pup? One of the crew hurt themselves again? What do I look like, a doctor? Kiss it better yourself.
Oh, okay, I get the opportunity to do that.
Thank you for kissing my ouchie, miss. I feel better already. I found a shiny glass, but it's all yours.
That's how I do it, right there. There we go. You feel better? There you go. Now I gotta go back to that one that's asleep with the egg. Try that. Oh, I guess we could still... Well, no. I need to go higher up. Now I gotta figure out what that's gonna require. How do I get back up to where I was? That's, because it said as a long fall down. I can see there's one over there. So can I just go up the tree? Nope. Let's see. Okay, I can kind of climb them like this. Okay. Can I climb that grass, I wonder? The answer's probably no. I love Hat. Let's see. I love Hat Kid's head looking side to side at the seal bouncing. I love the fact too that it's like, oh, kiss it better yourself, and the one's like, oh yeah, that's never mind, that's all I needed. Okay. Let's see.
Hello, miss. We hope you like the ship. We work very hard to keep it clean and tidy.
Your kitchen's in trouble then. Just throwing that out there. Okay. So that seems to be... There we go. Yeah, that seems to be back where I can... So it's kind of a trek. It's kind of a trek up, but not too bad. Okay. Another seal not feeling very good.
Hello.
Oh no.
I need to get all these empty glasses, but I dropped them. Can you help me, miss?
Oh, what empty glasses? Oh. Oh, okay. That one cracks me up. That's just all. I missed one over here. Do I have a staircase down? Can I? There we go. Alright, cool. And the conductor's already getting his drink.
Sinking ship on the rocks. Oh, I make the good part to double. Oh, I didn't notice you there, lassie. Out roaming, are we? If you're after a drink, I think they might have some wee bottles of juice. You're a capable one, sure. But what I'm having is nae for young lasses.
Oh, okay. You did say make the good part a double, so I assumed. Okay. So it's last one is below, but it's not in the pool. Alright, I don't know. I didn't know if it was going to do anything, but I was going to try it. Oh, wait. Did I sign in? This is oh, it's a kid. Look. Alright, hold on. Gotta be this small. I could do it. Oh, there are all the kids. The little... Oh, cool. Okay. The conductor kids. Ah. Now, I don't understand why Conductor Dad is deciding it's a good idea to go drinking.
I'm thinking of quitting the movie business. Conductors' movies are always just action. Where's the drama? Where's the artistry?
Drunk conductor's the best conductor.
Work in video games instead.
You could. Okay, it's down there, but I'm exploring. Wait. Whoa, what was in there? Oh, that's an elevator. I might use it in a second. Hold on. What do we got here?
I followed some nice new people on Chirper today. I'm sure I won't regret it.
I'm sure that's a parody for a social media network, and I'm pretty sure you will. Just don't add all willy-nilly. Add something that makes sense to your tastes. Okay, it looks like I might have made a good decision with this, or maybe not, we'll see. Oh, what are we at now?
What do you mean we aren't on the list for dinner? We paid exactly pawns for tickets, just like every other real passenger.
Oh, I see what he's trying to do with this identity theft thing again.
A bad review left on this cruise trip.
You paid exactly the zero that I paid, and that is why you're not getting service. But I was invited, I think.
Ma'am, I don't think we have any tables for one right now.
That's fine. I'm looking for a shard of glass, not a meal. Okay, so that leads me back to down here. So I can actually take the elevator back up so that it isn't such a slog. Nice, okay. Wait. Okay. It's beyond this room. Game encourages smoking, tax evasion, gambling, and drinking. What's next? Hitting people with umbrellas? I think you know we will. There's the last shard. Oh, and we also got a crayon, and we fell in a glitch. Okay, so we assembled the timepiece while falling through... Oh, no, never mind. We spawned on an overflowing toilet. Wait. Oh, I get what happened. Here we go. I get what happened, but it doesn't necessarily mean out this window. There we go. So I just have to go back up to the captain's area. What are you doing? It was my intention to talk, but I suppose talk is cheap these days. I'm gonna take the... Okay, if I remember correctly, I should be able to. I don't remember what level it's on, but there's a door. It leads kind of straight to the captain. Where was that door that led to the captain? It was, I'm being greedy, taking those.
Sorry, I crashed the food court and spilled the drink, so the bathroom is closed right now.
That's they are. I mean, I guess the more you listen to them, they are incredibly incompetent. But again, it's one of those things where it's like, I get it. I don't know. It is if the walrus just has a soft spot or what, but okay. How do I get here? We'll just do it the other way around here. That's gotta go, guys. Oh, no worries. Have a good day. It also promotes child. That's true. It does. Have a good day or night. You do the same. Have fun and a good evening. Let's see. So far, I'm having a lot of fun with. I like this game. Has been a lot of fun. Offline. I've been playing. I say offline when I'm not on here. I've been playing the new Indiana Jones game, and of course the Star Wars Outlaws game that I premiered on here a couple of times. I did it in one in 2K and one in 4K, so it helped me test that out, which was nice. And those have been really fun. And then also on the other side, I've been playing Castlevania Portrait of Ruin because I've passed it before, so it's not a big deal to me if I take that one at a slow pace. But they've been really good. I try not to overwhelm myself with video games also. That's another piece. Boop-a-doo-ba-doo. I think we've got a pretty good start. It's still got Nakusa Metro on there. Okay. We'll do a couple more of these, or depends on how long they take. That one was took a little bit, but we'll do them. We'll see if we can do a couple more. At least one more would be nice. Oh, look at that little seal in the bottom right hand. Oh, those things are adorable. They just are. They're just super cute. They're incompetent. They're very incompetent. Like that, no one should hire them. But they're really cute as a little cartoon character that really doesn't have any responsibilities. They're adorable. I want to know who did the voice. It sounds almost like a little bit like Tress MacNeille, I think. Is her name? Oh. It's right there.
Miss, you're not supposed to open that unless the captain says so. Miss, you're not supposed to open that unless the captain says so.
That's my timepiece.
Hi, miss. How can I help you? Oh? There's something you want in the lost and found? The captain lets us pick something from it if we work very, very hard. Maybe you could help. But you'd have to ask him nicely. Just follow the mess to his room.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. He lets us take something from the lost and found. I guess after a certain period of time, it is forfeit, isn't it? 30 days or something like that, so... I guess if he's letting you take something after 30 days, if it's actually made forfeit, then fair enough. Caroline Day does the voice for the seals? Okay. She did a good job. She gave him a cute voice. That's for sure. Is he just up where he was? Oh. Yeah, the layout of the ship is definitely a little bit more circuitous than it could be. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Like, I understand some of the simple concepts, like that the laundry room is, the kitchen and laundry room are vertically adjacent, and that the casino is on the there we go. Sorry, I'm trying to focus on this at the same time I'm trying to talk here. Figure out where the captain is. But anyway, yeah. Anyway, point being is, like, I have some of the basic concepts down, but it's still pretty circuitous. Still pretty all over the place. Let's go in this door. There we go.
What's that, pup? You want to help out? Huh. Sure. Maybe something will get done around this mess of a boat for once. It'd be a first. All right. You'll need to deliver drinks, some food, and a few other things. And do it quickly, pup. Oh, and there are some other jobs that'll need doing, so pay attention. Are you ready to start?
Okay, heck yeah.
You can start by getting rid of some of these boxes for me. It's starting to get messy in here.
This reminds me of the original... Wait. Wait, what am I doing? This reminds me of the original Spider-Man 2 a little bit. The pizza delivery. No, it is down. Oh, there's no way that I'm going to do this in a timely fashion. $18 boxes? Wait a minute. Oh. Is this pointing me toward the timepiece in the box? Oh, maybe. Okay, I gotta follow the arrows, I guess, then. I switched off here for a moment since I got a Silk Song release date announcement notification on YouTube. The video was just Never Gonna Give You Up by Rick Astley. My trust is being irreparably hurt. That makes sense. This part's a little tough, so it might take you a few tries. Fair enough. Yeah, I don't, there are things that we've waited a long time for, that we're just probably never gonna get. Silk Song is not necessarily one of those, but I was, once upon a time, very excited for Half-Life 3. I had just finished playing Half-Life 2. Oh, wait. So, I to an extent, I understand. Okay, Okay, we'll clean some... Okay, okay, I see. Do I have to get the other one too? Can I go in the door, please? Thank you. It wasn't letting me do it. Wait a minute. What the... Oh, okay. I was saying, what the heck with those arrows, but... Son of a gun, that thing wasn't even going that fast. Okay, where am I supposed to go with the one I have, though? That's gonna hurt me. Ah, dang it. I need to grab that real quick. Come on, sometimes you get caught on the lip of the door. Wait a minute. Sorry.
Thanks for the help.
Okay. I'm running out of time on all these other ones. Okay. Come on. I need you to gently fall without falling. Well, that's okay. Okay. It's a lot of, like, I can't even tell where the give and take of some of these are. Like, they give the arrows, and I get that, but it's like, man. Ah, come on. Drop that off. Wait, go back in? Why am I getting two different arrows? Okay, let's do the yellow arrow, I guess. I don't know why I gave a face, but oh well. Because I think yellow arrows mean drop off and red arrows mean pick up. I think that's what it means. Okay.
Thanks for the help.
Oh, you're welcome. What the heck did I just drop off to you in this broken room? Probably better not to ask. Okay, this one I'm running the lowest on, time-wise. Oh, this one too. Oh, and I guess this one. I guess the more I carry...
Please pass these plain, uncoded messages along for me.
The more difficult my mobility, perhaps? I mean, I think mostly I'm carrying towels, but... Oh wait, there's something. There's a drop-off right there.
Thank you for these ordinary letters, fellow passenger.
Oh, they're letters. Okay. I was thinking they were towels. How do I get up there? Can I do... I can't get on the Kino wheel. One item, two at most. It's time to make sure you're... at a time to make sure you're still going fast. Pink items are new to be collected. Yellow's where you're supposed to take the items you have now. Gotcha. Okay. We'll go up this other way if we can. No.
You're feeling lucky?
I just noticed his little angry face up there. That's okay, so I'm probably gonna fail this at 10. Oh, would I have a kid? Come on, kid, get off. Yeah, I'm gonna run out. There's no way.
Attention, this is your captain speaking. You can stop now, pup. Come back to control, I guess.
Dang, I did better than I thought I was gonna do there, but
Just like the seals. That's no good. You just made more of a mess, pup. Try again. Or don't. Whatever. What's that, pup?
I'll try again.
Help out. Huh. All right. Oh, and there are some other jobs that'll need... Good. You can stop by...
Okay. We'll try, and I didn't do terribly. I didn't do great. I did about 50, little over 50%, but I didn't do terribly. So oops. Are these randomly spawned? Or that's what I'm wondering, because now it looks like... Let's stick to the kitchen for a second. I think these might be randomly generated. Which, if they are, that's kind of nice, because they're all sticking to the kitchen right now, and I'm really happy with that. Oh, okay, so the kid's an actual... Okay, I see, I see. The table wasn't even moving. Dang it. I can use I guess my hook while I'm doing that. We're back in control. Oh, but he's out there. Son of a gun. Come on. There we go. I need to figure out how the easiest way to get back to... Oh, I got it. That was a random stutter there. Come on. I think that mission's probably just gonna drop. Alright, fine. Let me follow this arrow then. Oh, okay. I see. I understood this differently. Let me, hold on, let me let the captain get, I think I understand this a little differently. The captain gets mad on a timer, or he gets more upset on a timer. And that's dependent on how many jobs drop, or how many jobs don't get done. But which jobs get done doesn't necessarily matter, so long as you can get... So like if I have two, I could strategically say, well, I just want to do this one instead. And take the risk that he's going to get mad, but whatever.
Attention, this is your captain speaking. You can stop now, pup. Come back to control, I guess.
At least he's kind of nice about it, though. I appreciate it. I'm gonna try.
Just like the SEALs.
He's kind of nice about it. But he's like, I'll do it. He's like, I can let you do this, but... Okay, give me a lot of kitchen ones again. Oh, my life didn't go back up. I wasn't paying enough attention. No, that's no good. You got third-degree burns all over yourself. Can't be having that happen. Okay.
What's that, pup? Uh-oh.
So I have some of the general understanding of where things are, but it's also kind of hard to just get to some of the stuff. Let's see. Get health back. This is nice because it gives me 2. And you said 1 or 2 at a time, so I'm going to try and keep it just to these 2 because they were close together. And I'm not going to go down that. I'll break it in a minute. Okay, one of these goes to Mr. Octopus. Let me go ahead and break this. Sometimes the arrow also kind of goes off of path, like it's like, yeah, go in here. No, never mind. Do this other thing. So I kind of got to be a little bit more like, eh.
Thank you, miss.
You're welcome. The question now I have is, like these boxes, do these both go down to the trash bin? Like the first one did? And if so, can I get a rhythm for that? Because I think these both just go to the trash bin over here. Yeah, well, one of them. Well, no, both of them. So yeah, you can kind of get a rhythm depending on where things go. Okay. Like, obviously, I knew the food is always going to go to, like, a, they're always going to go to somebody. I get that. Oh, but picking up the kid, that's the one that messes me up. Okay. Whoa. It leads to the play place. That's yeah. That's one of the ones I'm like, I don't know where that. Remember where that went? Oh, sorry, kid. Wait. Okay, I'm gonna try to follow the arrow. It's taking me to a red one, though. Go in that which elevator? I'm sorry. Now I've missed the. Was there one over here? There was one behind you where I found the kid? Okay. I found the kid. I don't remember where I even found the kid. He's over here. Okay, that elevator, though, for future. I'm gonna probably have to have him call me one more time. I had a good flow the very beginning.
Attention, this is your captain speaking.
Salute. Okay.
You can stop now, pup. Come back to control, I guess.
I'm already here.
Just like the seals. What's that, pup? All right, pup.
I was already there, so you could just like, all right. All right, so it does work the way I thought it does. There's an elevator there that'll help me with the kids. So now, I mean, there only seem to be like 5 tasks, right? Laundry, trash, cooking, which is either serving or actually putting it into the cooker. Oven, rather. And then laundry. Didn't want to grab both of those, but whatever. And then every time you do one, though, it also takes away from his meter, so that's nice. I hadn't been paying attention to that either. Oh, it's cool. I mean, like, it's definitely a neat way to do this. It's a series of fast, like, fetch quests, which I think has like Diner Dash appeal, which I think is pretty cool. So, okay, that's hot though. So we're gonna drop this off out here. There's that. We've got another one open for... yeah, that was my fault. Alright. I think this is the toolbox. I needed you to jump up the stairs, lady. I think this might have been the... There's one. Come on. We're getting caught on the lip of all of the... of all of these little canopies and such. It's like, ah! I picked up the kid. Gosh dang it. I wasn't paying attention to what that was. Okay, we try not to get run over with the kid. I think I can just jump down here. Drop that one off. Grab a heart. And then similar situation. Okay, cool. Okay, so I'm gonna try that elevator out real quick. Come on. Come on. Here it is. Here, come on. She does like to grab on to everything. Okay, and we have something in the kitchen, is it? Come on. Guess not in the kitchen. What is it? Okay. Grab it. Grab it. Goodness, I couldn't get... She likes to grab onto everything except for the things I want her to grab onto sometimes. Good lord. Okay, I didn't... two things. I have two things. Why am I getting... I guess I'm getting arrows for both of them? Okay. Okay, so I'm guessing... Nope, never mind. It's very, very difficult to determine where these things go. With the way that these arrows go everywhere. Okay.
Thank you, miss.
You're welcome. Okay, I think he's just wanting more boxes thrown away. It looks like. I can't tell. There we go. We're halfway. We already know where his goes. And he's kind of grumpy, but he's not awful. Come on, get off the wall. Okay, we'll do that. I don't know what this green thing is it wants me to pick up, but we're gonna find out. Whoa. Oh, come on. So it does... There are some little... Okay. I've got two of whatever it is. Ah. Don't thread the needle there. I did all of that, and then now what? Oh, goodness sakes. I don't understand where it wants me to go. Okay, let's see if I can... Okay. I get it. It wants me to pick that and that up. Got it. And then it wants me to go up somehow. So that wasn't too bad. I mean, it was, but...
Feeling lucky.
Okay, back to the front desk. Pick these up. And... wait. Why does it want me to go to the complete opposite direction? The arrows are a little confusing for me.
You're feeling lucky, kid.
Okay, so it's the center. I see. Okay, this does want me to go back up. I don't know what the easiest way to get back up will be.
You're feeling lucky, kid.
Okay, let's try and go a long way. I like how supportive the little seals are. They're like, "You're doing my job, yay!" And I'm like, "Yeah." They know the walrus isn't gonna be. He's not gonna fire him. Okay, so I gotta go all the way back up. I guess. So let's try that. There. Okay. It's definitely the ability to navigate this would be a huge help. I'm not very good. I'm kind of following the arrows, but then at the same time I'm not... I still don't have a great grasp on how exactly everything coalesces. This one all the way down? Okay. I think I might be carrying two things. Okay. Nope, it's one thing, but that's okay. And then what do we have, a dinner plate? Or is it a kid? It's a kid, and thanks to Fighting Max, we know where the playpen is. Child labor, yay. It's funny we say that though, but it's funny.
Attention.
It wasn't that difficult to get a job when you were like, I had a job when I was a young kid too. I didn't hate it. I didn't mind it.
Your captain speaking.
And it wasn't forced. It was just like, hey, we'll do this to help build character and we'll pay you. Okay, cool, sure. I'm fine with that. What do you think? How'd I do?
Looks like you actually cleaned up more mess than you made, pup. That's more than most of the crew can manage. Help yourself to something from the lost and found. Nobody ever comes back for that stuff anyway.
Okay. Well then, now I get my, and the fun thing about it is I could have just gone and opened the cardboard flap myself without his permission and not cared about it, but I was respectful. I love it. This game is an adorable game.
You feeling lucky, kid?
Euphoric inside this bubble, apparently.
Hi, miss. How can I help you? Oh? There's something you want in the Boston found? The captain lets us pick something from it, but you'd have to ask him nicely. Just follow the mess to his room.
All right. Ah, yes. Consume the child. That one was much more difficult than I thought it was going to be. So I think that's probably going to be the last one for today. Because we're setting up right about the 4-hour mark. I don't know why it's showing me that one. I just want to take a look real quick. Ship shape. It's already the finale? We've got more to go. I know we've got more to go. Even if this is the finale, we've got more to go. I'll show you. That right here, I also found the Death Wish. So we'll probably do some of those as well. There are 111 to be done. So, yeah, I think that's going to call it. I think that's what I'm going to call it. I want to say, it's been a lot of fun. I like this game a lot. It's very fun, very good platformer. Controls pretty well. Gets a little frustrating sometimes, but yeah. I have to warn you, the Death Wishes get really hard. And the Death Wishes, since they're done the way that they are done, it's probably going to be something that I just kind of do here and there. Like, I'll do several for a bit, and then I might take a break and do, try to do more, take a break. Just because they aren't, they're not in any, it looks like there's some story, but it's not deep story. It's more like trying to go through and do, it's kind of like an achievements run of story, so to speak. So... but I had a lot of fun. A huge thank you, by the way, Fighting Max and Minos Prime for pointing out the different things that I was trying to figure out and couldn't, and finally was able to. Didn't take too many tries. Would it take 4 or 5 tries maybe? So it wasn't awful. It wasn't great. I'm not a phenomenal game player when it comes to that. I just not too terrible. But a huge thank you to everybody who came in. Let me go ahead and let's see if I can very politely hit this button here. I wanted to say a huge thank you to everybody. Oop. There we go. Huge thank you to everybody who popped in and said hi, talked with me. Just spent time with me in general is really nice. It's always very nice. Not a bad amount of trouble. Thank you. Yeah, I had a lot of fun. I like this game. Again, I'll do the finale and I'll do some Death Wishes the next time, and then depending on how the Death Wishes go, how quickly, we'll do a little. It looks like they're mostly just kind of achievement style, like can you do this, and I'd be happy to try to do that. So I think that'd be fun. But I'm not going to push myself through the ringer, so to speak. I'm just going to kind of take it easy, do some. So the next one I'll probably do a Hat in Time finale, the Arctic finale, and some Seal the Deal, and then after that I'll probably take a break, do some other stuff, come back, just little bits and pieces, little bits and bobs. Because easily, if we want to do if we're 100% in games, I mean, some of these games can take forever. So I want to kind of do it where it stays kind of organic and kind of fun, interweaves in a way that makes sense. It sounds fun. which means I will probably put a poll up for the other game or games that that you might like to interweave in the next coming days, just to see what everybody thinks and what you guys might like. Thanks for the stream. Glad you did another. I enjoy the game. I've enjoyed the game a lot, so it's been a lot of fun. Huge thank you to everybody who popped in to say hi, who talked with me, had conversations during the talking portion of this. For anybody who doesn't know, who pops in again after. Can I put Celeste out there? No, you cannot. No, I'm just teasing. That sounds like a great idea. So yeah, I'll put Celeste on the list, sure. Yeah. I don't see why not. I was just say I have to think of what console I have it on, but I can do it. So no problem. I'm gonna put. I'll put it to a vote with a couple of them just to kind of see what everybody feels like might be the most. I usually put it out with like 4 or 5 other titles, just to think, just kind of have, see what everybody is kind of thinking, feeling, what the vibe is. But hey Bogus, how you doing? Hello Retro. It's been a while. Wow. Yeah, it's been a while. I hope you're doing well. Have you been doing? Has everything been going all right? I was going to say really quickly, well, I know this is a little bit of a delay, but huge thank you to everybody who popped in to say hi or came in and talked with me again. During these streams now, we've kind of integrated that in the beginning half of the stream, we just talk. We just kind of go over whatever's on our mind. We've talked about time, we've talked about movies, we've talked about politics, we've done all the cool stuff and just been fine about it. So huge thank you to you guys for coming in and talking with me and having those conversations for an hour or 2 hours at the very beginning. Retro making jokes, man, Ash really had an effect on you. Everything's been fine. What about you? Pretty good. Busy, always busy. Work is incredibly busy and very occupying. But I like to take the time to try to come in as much as I can every Saturday or Sunday, depending, and just sit down and play a game and have fun, enjoy the time away, and enjoy time talking with you guys. Whoever pops in, right? Sometimes a lot of people pop in, sometimes only some people pop in, sometimes, and I have fun either way. But we certainly miss getting to talk to you, Bogus. I'm certainly glad that you've come in to say hi, at the very least. I really appreciate that. A huge thank you to everybody though who's popped in to say hi today and to talk. Again, Ash, Thumb, Viddy, Fighting Max, Minas Prime, and Bogus, all of you guys. Super nice to just hear from you, to hear how you're doing, to talk about projects that you're excited about or games, the Switch 2 we talked about. And also clearly your guys' help when it comes to this game, because as much as I like this game a lot, it does get to be a bit confusing to me in a few cases rather. And so I have my fair share of troubles navigating it, and I really appreciate that you guys are willing to pop in and help me navigate it. When it comes to Switch, the games that I'm generally playing that I know anything about are all of the games on like the Super Nintendo, the NES, the Genesis collection, and then of course the Castlevania or the Bloodstained games. And so I know a little bit about some of those, but then everything else, like I play a hat in time, I know nothing. Fighting Max, Minas Prime, you guys come in and are like, hey, do this. I should come more. Your streams are really fun. Hey, it's up to you, man. Whenever you have the time. If you have the time, great. It's wonderful to see you and get to talk with you. It's always fun. And if you can't, if you've just been busy or things are, no worries. There's no pressure. That's the thing. I said this at the very beginning. This is not changed. I'm not worried about the numbers. I'm not worried about it. It's just organically. If you get a notification, you're like, I can make it today, and you feel like you want to, come do it. If you get there and we talk for a minute and it's just not your vibe, no worries. Go. It's a come and go as you please. There's no pressure. Yeah. As I said, we'd love to. Yeah. There's no pressure. There's no pressure at all. Just have fun. You see I'm going live, you have some time, you're willing to stop by, come on by. No worries. I was gonna say, as far as the games that I had been playing or have been playing, that I can, like, a lot of times when it comes to me knowing anything, by the way, about them, it's got to be the retro style game. Bloodstained Curse of the Moon is made like Castlevania 3, so I kind of get it, but that, which is a more recent game, but then it's like, By the way, how far into this game are you? The main story has been completed. The Yakuza Metro is completed. Oh, no. We were playing A Hat in Time. I was talking about things that I knew about on the Switch versus things I didn't. No worries. I have Bloodstained, yes. But it's A Hat in Time. I completed all of the main story. I've completed the Yakuza Metro. And we've now completed 2 of the 3, it looks like, missions from the Seal the Deal Arctic part. And we've done none of the Death Wish. There are 111. So what I've said is I'll probably do the finale and some Death Wish next time, depending. And then I'll take a break. We'll go into another game for a little bit. Come back into Hat in Time Death Wish. You know, just kind of, because it's more achievement orientated. And just kind of do that. Keep it loosey-goosey. And I'll put a post up, a vote up. Fighting Max wanted me to include Celeste. I think I can do that. So I'll put a vote up and just see what comes up. We'll see. Yeah, Bloodstained's a cool game. I really like it. It's from a lot of the creators of Castlevania in the style of Castlevania, but it's not Castlevania. And I'm a huge Castlevania fan. Minos Prime. Oh, sorry. I read it. Honestly, I'm glad I found this stream. It's fun to just hang out with it. It's super fun. Again, there's no pressure. You don't have to talk about something you don't want to. You can just come in. We can just play the game. We can talk. Again, the first hour or 2 is usually just us talking, which I really enjoy getting to do. And then the last bit is us playing the game together and just enjoying and going back and forth and whatever you want to do. You know, if you got it in the background, then you got it in the background. If you can't make it, you can't make it. No worries. No pressure. No worries. I played a game that had a collab with it. A collab with it. Collab with Bloodstained? That's interesting. You just completed the second timepiece of Oh, yeah, you beat me to it. All that's left is the finale and the Death Wishes. The game is Blasphemous. You should check. I like Blasphemous. I am not good at it, but I like the game. Blasphemous had a sequel come out too, Blasphemous 2, which I want to play really badly. So, yeah. Blasphemous is cool. There was a game that came out before the first, maybe it was the first exposure that I had. Obviously, the first exposure I've had to those types of games where it's a little bit more like difficult, pixelated, and all of that. You bought both of them? The artwork the pixel artwork of that is beautiful. But a lot of it, again, when I was talking about Castlevania, it's a lot in that style. And the first game that kind of captured that for me of the modern age, I'm going to say that, but it's not a new game, was a game called Volgar the Viking. And then from that point, when I started saying, oh, they're going to play difficult, then there was like Valfaris was one of them, and Blasphemous became one of them, and so very, very cool. I've gotten on a it's not a kick necessarily, but it's just everything. I like to have everything physical. They have such good deals for the Blasphemous bundle online. But I've gotten such into the habit of trying to get the physicals. So I think that's probably what I will do. If they have a both bundle, I will. If not, I think I'm just going to order a physical copy of Blasphemous 2. Super, super cool. But I do own Blasphemous 1. Sadly, I own it digitally because I didn't at that time know that they had made a physical copy. This is me being silly. Certainly would be happy to try and play that game, but that's a bit of a tricky game. That's a tough game from what I've played. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. So yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm gonna put some. Like I said, next one we'll play is A Hat in Time. We'll do the finale, and we'll do some Death Wishes, and then from there, again, we'll have a vote. See what people like. I'll put 4 or 5 titles. See what people are interested in, and then we'll kind of coast through those. Again, organically. And same situation as I did last time with Outlaws. If a game comes out and really captures my attention, that I'm just super excited about, then I'll come in and showcase that for an episode or 2. But yeah. Would you like to play Undertale? I have not played Undertale since it came out. I did do both endings, but I don't remember it remarkably well. Huh. I'd have to take a look at that one. That's a good. Hollow Knight would be a good game too. I don't know. Yeah. I've played I have Hollow Knight as well. Not a bad lot of suggestions. That you have. Have you done the true pacifist ending? That's a good question. I didn't kill anything in one of the endings, but I don't remember all of the things that happen. I don't remember. So you're gonna maybe there's something that, or at least I don't remember killing anything. But if there's something that I'm missing, right? Like that I don't know about that's a secret. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I missed it. So Hollow Knight is a good option, but I'm really bad at leading people to stuff that I had done for me. That's okay. That's fine too. Like, I usually try to keep a little bit of a gap between, for example, you streamed Hollow Knight, so I usually try to keep a little bit of a gap between, you know, if you stream something, I stream something. That way we, you know, that way there's some room for it to breathe for a minute, you know. Another good option would be Witcher 3. So I love The Witcher 3. I have a custom silver Witcher's medallion on my neck right now. I had someone make for me, a friend of mine actually. Who is a silversmith who works in jewelry, has made me this. I am a huge fan of The Witcher. I've been a huge fan of The Witcher for a long time. I love the books. I don't know anything about the series. I love the books. I love the game. The problem I have with The Witcher is there is a lot of very hard to censor YouTube content, a lot of nudity. So, I mean, some of it I know when it's coming, right? And some of it I forget when it's coming. Like, I know about Yennefer and I know about Kira Met's parts, but then it's like, so. But I love Witcher 3. So I might do a 4K test run of just while I'm out in the open field. But story-wise, there's quite a bit of nudity. Only thing I know about that game is Toss a Coin to Your Witcher. So I do know about Toss a Coin to Your Witcher. That comes from the Netflix series. And it's a really catchy little tune. I'm a huge fan of the books. I love the books. There's a whole slew of them. And I have them all and I love them all. And then there was the video game, obviously, 1, 2, and 3, which I have all of. So, yeah. I heard the Netflix series goes really off of the books. I don't know. That'd be nice. I mean, it'd be nice to check. I was going to watch it, so I'll tell you the truth on this. I was going to watch it, and then I heard Henry Cavill was leaving as Geralt. And I had seen the trailer with him as Geralt, and the voice was good and everything, because the voice is played by originally an actor called Doug Cockle, who's been playing the voice since about 2009. And which is coincidentally when The Witcher 1 came out and when I started playing The Witcher 1 and all that. GOG.com, again, guys that make GOG made The Witcher, CDPR. And so anyway, I was going to watch the trailer and everything, and then exactly. He was leaving because it was going to leave the books a lot. And I was like, oh, gosh dang it. You know, I don't want it to be its own thing if it still takes place within the time frame of the books, right? And that's kind of what The Witcher 3 is so cool. The Witcher 3 takes place after the books. So it can be its own thing because it's after the last book, whereas the series is supposed to be like the first couple of things that they kind of talked about happen in the first book, which is called Blood of Elves. So I'm like, I've watched the series, although I'm not done with the books, and I have them, and I'm slowly reading them. That's all right. I mean, that's cool. I mean, so long as you're enjoying it too. Like that's my preference, but I don't have a problem with it. Maybe Ori and the Blind Forest. That's a good one. I have both of those. Both the Ori games. Ori and the Will of the Wisps would be a better suggestion. Those are both really good games. There was a game called. There were a couple of also esotericisms, let me call them, for lack of a better term, that I had thought would be fun in terms of the visual novel. And I've talked about a couple of these games, so I know the sequel, but it could be played standalone. I do have both of those, so no worries there. I'm going to throw a couple of names, and again, I'll put games to a vote. I mean, it's going to be probably a hodgepodge of all of these. It's 5, I'll pick a couple of the big contenders. Also, I've told you about BoltBot's Screwy Viruses, which is kind of like Banjo-Kazooie from what I've heard of it. Oh, okay. Yeah. I can take a look at that too. In the visual novel side, some of the ones I talked about is I have the Coffee Talk games. Super, super good and chill music. They're visual novels that you make coffee and tea and you help people in their stories. There are 2 of those. Obviously, they would be played in sequence. but I would probably just play the first one. One of the best, in my opinion, soundtracks to any game. I have not passed or finished the thing all the way through. So there's that one, which, again, I'm not saying that this is what the list will be. I'm just talking about, we talked about like the different types of games. I'm looking through my list right now. There's also an interesting little esotericism called Card Shark, which Devolver Digital did. And so fun fact, I have practiced and have worked as not in a long time, but as a card dealer / card cheat. Now, I never worked as a card cheat. Obviously, I wouldn't cheat somebody honestly, but I learned all you can learn about, well, not all you can learn, there's a lot, but I've learned a lot about what you can do in card cheating, which is really fun. And so in real life, I'm a very accomplished what we'd call a card mechanic, somebody who can cheat in a game of cards and make it look like I'm not cheating. I never use it to win money. I use it to demonstrate to people how they might have gotten taken advantage of in the past. There's a game by Devolver Digital called Card Shark, which is about that very practice taking place in like the 1700s, using real card techniques. And so it'd be kind of a cool thing to play that game and see if it's actually, if the techniques are actually true and correct in the nomenclature. That'd be fun. Let's see. On the subject of visual novels, maybe you'd like the Persona games or Danganronpa. Never played Danganronpa. I love the Persona games. I've been a Shin Megami Tensei fan since the PS1. Since PS1, so none, yeah. When they came out with, was it Revelations? I know next to nothing about both of those games. Yeah, Danganronpa I know is a long game. I've not played those, but the Persona games I have, and I think they're great. Finished them all. Yeah, those are good games. Really good soundtrack. Yes, they do have great. I actually, back when I was working in video games, I actually met with Atlas, and was given some. The guy I was talking to at the time, we were talking about our favorite Final Fantasies, and he actually gave me a stack of their soundtrack CDs. So I actually have the soundtrack CDs that. I mean, I think you can probably order them in Japan, but he gave me a stack of them, so I have those. They're very nice. The Persona series is really good. Yes, they are. I agree. From what I've heard in Smash Bros, the Persona songs are good. Oh, I never expected Retro to know Persona. Yeah, I was a Shin Megami Tensei fan, and Shin Megami Tensei evolved into Persona in 5th generation. 4th or 5th generation, I think it was. And but yeah, I love Persona. I was a huge fan of Persona 4. That was the one I really liked. And then 5 came out, and I got the Steelbook version. And so yeah, I do like those. But yeah, they came out with one. They used to have Shin Megami Tensei back in the Super Nintendo days, and but it was only for Japan, so I never got to play any of that. Revelations came to PS1, and I was like, oh, this is really cool. So. It's really Persona 4 is the best, I think. So far I'm inclined to agree with you. Danganronpa is really long. Yeah, that's what I've heard of it, and I've heard it's really good, but I've not played it. I don't know if I think I have one of them, but I'm not positive. I'm not gonna be held. I can't hold myself to that, and please don't hold me to that. I'm gonna go eat dinner now. Thanks for the stream and have a good day. Yeah, you do the same. Have you played the Persona games before 3? I have. Yeah, I have played Persona games before 3. Revelation again being the very first one I ever played. That was for the PS1. And then there were a couple of other ones I had let me see if I have my there was another one I'm trying to think of it. It ended up going for a lot of money eventually, and I didn't sell it, but it's it's the second one. What's the second one called? Eternal Punishment. There we go. Yeah, like I have a copy of that. So, have you played Reload also? I don't know if I played Reload. Yeah, I'm not sure if I've played that one. Is that the remastered version of 3? Oh, that came out this year. Yeah, I had heard that there was supposed to have been a remastered version of 3, but I didn't know. I haven't yet played it. Okay. Yeah, I hadn't yet played that. But yeah, I wouldn't mind getting a lot of those again. I really enjoyed. There were the PS2 ones were the ones that started getting really crazy for me, I think. Yes, so I was told about Metaphor. I was told about the Metaphor was basically the best ever, and there's a game store, town about an hour from where I live. Several retro game stores, and some of them are mixed, right? That you can have retro and new games. And I went in, and it's a younger lady that works there. She's in her, I think she's in her late 20s, early 30s, something like that. She's a younger lady. And she says Metaphor was the absolute best. And so I was like, okay, I got to take a look. I took a look. I couldn't find a physical copy. Look at the digital version. It was like $90, $100, something. It was $90. I was like, man. So if I would have spent $90, I would have spent it on. I'm really old-fashioned in that way, but I really want a physical copy. So, but I may just bite the bullet and get a digital copy. So, but I was definitely told that it was amazing. So I would not be opposed to. I'm on the lookout currently to try and pick it up. It's just a matter of, will I be able to find a physical copy and in good condition for a decent price or not? So. But yeah, I played a lot of. You played the demo; it was really good. I had to check. Physical copy of the Anniversary has a whole box of stuff. Oh, I definitely love that. I definitely am a big fan of the collectibles too. So, but yeah. I mean, with Shin Megami Tensei, the Persona games obviously were their own thing, but like they had the Shin Megami Tensei line had their whole own turn off, like spin off rather is what it would be called, I guess. And I mean then they were the. I don't know, there's just so many different. There was like the Digital Devil Saga was one. There was the really odd, like military-esque ones. Pseudo. And it was like, man. But yeah, I'll try to put some. I'll try to put a short list together, a vote, basically, and see what everybody thinks, and what everyone wants to. Persona has so many spin-offs, it's crazy. Yeah, I was trying to think of it was Digital Devil Saga, but then they also had the Devil Summoner, but then they just had the Shin Megami Tensei mainline series, which was numbered. And then they had what was this cybernetic one that they came out with on 3DS a while back? That was, anyway. Each game has like 6 spin-offs each. Yeah, it does. They're fun. They're fun. But they're all really well made. Atlas has just been making really good games for a long time. Ever since Super Puzzle Boy, pretty well. I can think of one game that Atlas made that I thought was like, that's not that great. And I don't think they made it. I believe they published it, and it was their Game of Thrones, their rendition of Game of Thrones, which, I was like, all right. But the games that they've developed, from Tactics Ogre, again, Super Puzzle Boy, to Shin Megami Tensei, to Metaphor, apparently, have all been to the Vanillaware stuff, or Vanillaware stuff that they did, and their involvement in it with Dragon's Crown, I think it was. There's one for the Wii that's that I've played. They're beautiful. They just do such a good job. They pay so much attention to their stuff. So. But yeah, I'm going to say thank you for everybody coming in, saying hi, talking with me, suggesting games, just spending time with me. It's a nice, that's the idea. We just come and we talk, we have fun. We just kind of chill. There's no pressure, no obligation. If you don't want to talk, if you don't want to be here, if you want to come in, you want to say all kinds of stuff, It's all good. It's just fun to get to talk with you guys and to spend time, playing games and talking about a mutual interest. I think that's nice. But I'm going to let you guys all get to your day and to the rest of your weekend. I have an extended weekend, so who knows? I might even hop on with a random something or another during the extended weekend. We'll have to see. But thanks all so much for coming in and saying hi. And see you next time. Have a nice day. You do the same, Bogus. It was great getting to talk with you again. Thanks for stopping in. I hope you guys all have a wonderful weekend, and we'll see you next time.